broadcast live on AECPS TV and live streamed on the internet. If we are interrupted during the broadcast of tonight's meeting, the meeting will be stopped and we will take a short recess until we can continue. If for some reason we cannot continue in a timely manner, we will notify everyone as soon as possible when a new meeting can be scheduled. Given the current circumstances, written public comment received by today at 12 p.m. for those items that appear on the public published final draft agenda will be read into the record at the time of the agenda item by Ms. Howell and Mr. Mosier prior to information exchanges and discussions that may occur by the board on the agenda item. Testimony that was received that is longer than 250 words will be partially read into the record, but assured the full version will be provided to the board. Testimony on topics not on the agenda received by today at 12 p.m. will be posted publicly on board docs and provided to the board members prior to the start of the public meeting. Please now pause for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. And now for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're going to begin with a roll call, starting with Ms. Ellis. Ms. Ellis? Here. Mr. Grannon? Mr. Grannon should be joining us shortly. Ms. Schalheim?
Here.
Unknown participant is now joining.
Mr. Grannon? Maybe. Okay. Ms. Santwine? Maybe joining us in a minute. Mr. Gilliland?
Here.
Mr. Lott?
Here.
Ms. Hummer?
Here.
Ms. Alvey?
Here.
Okay. Thank you. Item 2.03, the approval of the minutes. Do I have consensus to approve the minutes as published?
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Do I have any in the negative? Please speak now or raise your hand. Seeing none, the meeting minutes are now approved by consensus. Next, item 2.04, establish agenda order. I am willing to entertain a motion.
I have something I'd like to say.
Ms. Schalheim, you're recognized.
Thank you. I move that we amend the proposed agenda by removing items 4.04 to 4.06 from the agenda, and that they remain off our agendas until we're back in the boardroom and able to take public comment in person. This motion is consistent with policy DCA on page 21 of the board handbook. Agendas do not become official until they're approved by the board at the start of a meeting.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Any debate comments to this? Please raise your hand. I see Ms. Schalheim's hand. Ms. Schalheim?
Oh, sorry, it was raised from before.
Okay. Mr. Live?
My hand's not up.
Oh, okay. Your mute button is not on. Okay. Seeing no further comments from the board members, Ms. Howell, please call roll on the motion to remove the two agenda items Ms. Schalheim had mentioned.
beginning with Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Mr. Grannon, Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
If I may, I apologize. I was having terrible technical difficulties. Could I get the motion one more time before voting?
Absolutely. So I just moved that we amend the proposed agenda and remove items 4.04 to 4.06 inclusive. That's 3 agenda items. And that this is consistent with both our board policy and our handbook because agendas do not become official until they are approved by the board at the start of a meeting. Thank you.
Oh, okay, understood. Thank you. My vote is aye.
Mr. Gilliland,
No.
Mr. Leib,
No.
Ms. Hummer,
No.
Ms. Alvey,
Nay.
Ms. Corkido.
Nay.
Motion fails 5-3.
Okay. Any further comments on the agenda? Given that we have had amendments, I'm going to, and such, I will entertain a formal motion at this time that the agenda be approved.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from any members outside of what we've already discussed? Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Oh, no, we're not calling roll yet. Oh. This was still for comments. I wanted just to make sure since we did have amendments proposed.
Got it.
I'm not
I heard the
seeing
first-
anybody though.
I heard the first and second. I was ready to go. All right.
Okay.
Sorry. No comments.
Well, actually, Ms. Howell will call your name here in a second because I have
Yep.
no further comments being
Right.
noted. Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Mr. Grannon, Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Leib,
Aye.
Ms. Hummer,
Aye.
Ms. Alvey,
Aye.
Ms. Corkido.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Next is item 2.05, the Policy Committee update. Mr. Lai.
Thank you, Madam President. The Policy Committee met today at 4 o'clock, and we finished our discussions and review of policy KBA, Citizen Advisory Committee, and that policy will be coming to the board on our June 3rd meeting for its first reading. The committee also reviewed revisions and updates to Regulation KE-RA, or as they say in the Navy, Kilo Echo Romeo Alpha, school fundraising activities. And we came to our conclusions on that, and that a regulation will be, revised regulation will be promulgated in the next quarterly process that's put out from the superintendent's office. Looking to the future, the policy committee will meet again on June 17th, at which time we'll be taking up the wellness policy in order to ensure we're complying with some new federal requirements, and additionally the physical education policy in order to bring us into alignment with revised state regulations. Again, that policy committee meeting will be June 17th at 4 p.m. That's it for my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lai. Budget Committee update item 2.06. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you, Ms. Corkadell. The Budget Committee did meet at 4:45 today. And the purpose of the meeting, we walked through the various sort of buckets of money that may be available to help through some of the additional or new expenses we've had as a result of this school shutdown and the COVID emergency. the CARES Act, the federal funding. We hope to collect some of that money to help us with, and the types of expenses we're talking about are the laptops that we've had to lend out, the meals we've been providing. There's also, we have to prepare for opening the schools again and what that's going to look like, and operations could be different going forward. When we do that, we may need an online learning system or software if we do need to change our operations. So these are the types of things that that this board will need to consider, and that's the kind of money that those are the things we're looking to pay for when we hopefully do receive CARES Act funding. Right now, I think there's a bit of a tie-up with the funding as far as there's still some things being worked out about who gets what money and how much money. So, so far we haven't received those funds, but we do hope to be receiving that before too long. And then there's other little pots of money. The county executive received some money from the CARES Act. His office did, the State Department of Education and the governor. So hopefully between all those, we'll be able to recoup some of our additional expenses that we've had.
Thank you very much.
And the advocacy continues. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Ellis. And we look forward to, as we get closer to the decision of the council, should any additional needs arise, to stay updated. Thank you very much. I know your team is probably going to have to put in a little bit extra work. So at the very least, putting it mildly. So thank you, guys. Thank you for your leadership. Item 2.07 is the president's update. And we started doing this a couple meetings ago, and we'll continue at least through the end of June. I'm going to take my time to update the board actually on a particular matter that was addressed during the last meeting. And one of our motions was to provide a letter to the state superintendent, the president of the Maryland State Board of Education. And so in accordance with that, and at the request of the two individuals who had championed this and that had agreed to, Ms. Vice President Ellis and Mr. Leib, I'm going to now read into the record very quickly the letter that has been sent and already provided to the board members. And this is addressed to Warren Sumter, President, Maryland State Board of Education, dated May 20, 2020. Dear General Sumter, at our May 6, 2020 meeting, the Board of Education of Anne Arundel County approved modifications to our 2019-2020 school year calendar to account for 5 of the 10 days, respectively March 16th through the 27th of 2020. Our schools were closed due to the school shutdown the state announced on March the 12th of 2020. Subsequently, on April the 14th, the Maryland State Board of Education granted the State Superintendent of Schools the authority to waive 5 days of the 180 student instructional day requirement for the current school year. Accordingly, Anne Arundel County Public Schools has requested the 5-day waiver. The adjustments we made to the school calendar were accompanied by significant discussion about the plight of our students and the families throughout the coronavirus pandemic. We are appreciative of the ability to obtain a 5-day waiver. However, we urge you and your colleagues to grant the state superintendent the authority to waive all 10 days that the state closed our schools. Our families are struggling. Like every other school system in our state, we have seen increased anxiety and frustration on the part of parents who are juggling students at home, being home themselves. Those that can work from home are doing so, but many in our community have been furloughed or laid off from their jobs, which only adds to those families' woes. That is before we even discuss the impact of COVID-19 itself. We are very aware of the need to keep our students engaged instructionally, and our school system has done just that. We launched engagement and enrichment activities on our website and TV station on the first day of the state-directed shutdown. And we have taken advantage of every opportunity availed to provide educational outlets for our children. We have adjusted fourth quarter grading to help students who, through no fault of their own, are adversely impacted by the events of the day. For the reasons outlined above, we respectfully request the State Board of Education grant the State Superintendent of Schools the authority to provide 5 more days of relief to our overwhelmed families. Thank you in advance for considering our board's request. We look forward to a continued dialogue on this and other educational issues as together we work to ensure the success of our students during these challenging times. Sincerely, Michelle Corkadell, President of the Board. I also want to just take a minute during the President's update just to remind everyone the flow of how, when we approach an agenda item, whether it is for review, information, or action, that we will be hearing public testimony prior to any information. We will then, and I believe the board members have sort of rallied around the idea and naturally moved to this, particularly given our virtual environment. And so I'm just going to encourage it because some of this is, of course, a recommendation to the board. And I clearly do not want to limit any one member's rights, but I think it will go better. And if we consider some of the recommendations we've been hearing from fellow members, from staff, from the community at large, and even our local newspaper, that we allow the information and the questions and answers to flow separate, and anyone can advise me of any intent of any action, and then we will move to the individual who requested the agenda item or for recommendation by the superintendent appropriately, and then start our debates and any actions that we may choose to take. Some review and information actions do not require or are not in the interest of the board to take action at that time. So I would just encourage you guys, because I know that we have some things that we do in person that can make it a little more awkward under these circumstances. So I hope you're able to join me with that. And similarly with our roll call of vote, once we start the roll call of vote under parliamentary procedure, we do want to try to follow the cleanliness of that, where Ms. Howe will announce the board motion that we are voting on, and then when we proceed, we will proceed. I know sometimes all of us have a tendency to want to make a comment in the interest of efficiency. I know I'm going to do my best, and I hope you guys will consider joining me in trying to improve our efficiency. So with that being said, I know members may want to speak for a couple minutes on some of the happenings, whether it's community highlights or information or just encouragement during these trying times. So we're going to do this by roll call order, and we will start with Ms. Ellis, if you were inclined. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you so much. I'm going to be very brief, but I just want to tell our seniors congratulations. Tomorrow's their last day. You guys, you're amazing. You did it. I know there's great things ahead for all of you. I look forward to attending some of your graduations. My own son is graduating this year as well. It's a very exciting time. I'm sorry it happened the way it has, but that does not take away from all that you have done, all you've accomplished, and you're going to have some great stories to tell. So congratulations to all of you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ellis. And Mr. Grannon, I know he was detained and trying to join us. I do not see him joined in right now. I'll give it one more second. Okay, seeing none, Ms. Schallheim.
Yes. I also want to say congratulations, class of 2020. It's remarkable the times we find ourselves in, but it doesn't diminish your accomplishments or the opportunities you have before you. So I just wanted to say congratulations and job well done. And thank you for your determination and your resilience through all of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schallheim. Next, we have Ms. Antwine. Ms. Antwine?
So I certainly echo the congratulations and a special one to our own board, student member of the board, Ms. Alvey. Congratulations, class of 2020. I also, on a more somber note, I want to share that I have received many emails from families and students who are having hard times. Families, if you have school-age students, I encourage you to reach out to your school social services and your social workers, your PWs, and those in the school system. They may have resources for you. You're not in this alone. We're in this together. So thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Antwine. Great sentiments. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. I think others have said very eloquently the same sentiment that I would share about congratulating our seniors. So I'll just end with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Lai.
Yeah, I'd like to echo everyone's comments, congratulate our seniors, and of course, especially our student board member, Rita Alvey. She's been a great board member. She's going to do great at the University of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lai. Ms. Hummer.
Yes, I've been very wrapped up in all the senior doings, as I have too myself, but I want to give a special shout out and thanks to all the team from design and print who created amazing banners at each of our high school with pictures of every single one of the seniors in the graduating class on the banners hung out in front of all the schools. And that was I'm sure took many hours and some late nights, and they got them all out there Monday morning. And so hats off to Design and Print for giving another way to celebrate our seniors.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. And Ms. Alvey.
So by now, everyone's already said what I had planned to say, so I'll echo those comments. But additionally, I'd like to explain myself that I am wearing my Maryland hoodie today. I'm very excited to be going to the University of Maryland in the fall, whether that's virtual or not. But I did it because I wanted to make sure that all the seniors feel celebrated. I know it's difficult to be at home and not have those last few moments that you were really looking forward to with your family. And I'm right there with you, so I know what it feels like. And your friends and being at school and all of that. So stay positive, get through just one more day of school. You're almost there. I know I'm going to try and make it as well and turn in those last few assignments and look forward to graduation and be proud of yourself for doing this in whatever circumstances that you've been faced with. So congratulations. And for the rest of the ACPS students, keep working hard. You guys are doing great, and please reach out with any concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alvey, and congratulations on your graduation. And welcome to the Terps family. My daughter is a 2018 South River High School graduate and attends the University of Maryland in the Structural Engineering Department. So welcome to the Terps family, indeed. And congratulations to all of our graduates. I did have a chance to go attend one of my district's award ceremonies virtually last night, and it's definitely not the same, but I know that we continue to move along with that resilience. Thank you. Okay, moving along is item 2.08, which is the superintendent's update. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. 3 items to update the board this evening and those that are listening in. One, just a quick update on our continued work to engage all of our students in their continuity of learning. Excuse me. 2, I'll talk briefly about our work to access the federal funds to assist in this crisis that Ms. Ellis referenced in her budget committee update. And finally, our work to plan for the future, both the summer and the opening of next school year. So our staff continues to work incredibly hard to connect all of our students to e-learning or to their continuity of learning through other means. We have roughly 98.7% of our students connected to e-learning, which is fantastic. We have 1,165 students that are not engaged for a variety of reasons. 570 of these students are at the elementary level and are not able to connect and are receiving learning packets mailed to their homes. This number, the 1,165, also includes 74 students in our developmental centers who are not connected online, but connect with educators in a different manner based on their physical and developmental needs. We have less than 1% of our students that we've not been able to reach through our normal lines of communication. They have not responded to our outreach. We will continue to work to connect with each student and family. As Ms. Ellis alluded to in her, as she discussed in her comments regarding a budget committee update, and as many of you are aware, the federal government has established funds for school systems to access to assist in the recovery and planning as a result of the COVID-19 closures and crisis. We've begun working on that grant to the Maryland State Department of Education to access those federal CARES dollars. While we're waiting for final guidance from the Maryland State Department of Education, we plan to focus the bulk of those monies on 4 critical areas impacted by our current closure. One is technology, meaning devices and connectivity to the internet for our students and families. 2 is a learning management system that we would use for future use and which will allow us to improve the learning delivery for students and teachers should we need to continue in the e-learning environment in the fall. Professional development, we'll need to do more of that this spring and throughout the summer for teachers and staff. And finally, as Ms. Ellis mentioned in her comments, PPE and building preparedness. So as we are planning a variety of possibilities in opening our buildings, we know that we will most likely, if we're able to get into our buildings, reduce class sizes, have additional hand washing stations, and other updates and changes to buildings to make them as safe and healthy environments as possible for our students and staff. So that's how we plan to address those needs using some of those federal CARE dollars. And certainly, while we are concentrating on our continuity of learning now for all of our students, we have been hard at work at planning for summer learning recovery for our students, as well as how we will possibly open in the fall for next school year. In both our summer recovery and fall opening planning, we will continue to focus on the needs of all of our students. We want to ensure that the COVID-19 school closings do not exacerbate the opportunity and academic gaps of our students. We plan to administer needs assessments for our students when they return to identify learning losses and then plan accordingly. These are ongoing conversations and planning that involve not only our AACPS team, but stretch across the state as we collaborate with our colleagues in LEAs, again, across the state, at the departmental level, meaning that the transportation officers are talking, the budget officers are talking, the directors of food and nutrition services and curriculum instruction are talking. And so we continue to collaborate with all of our colleagues, all the LEAs across the state, as well as we are following and researching the national best practices as other school systems are beginning to plan, as we are, for summer recovery and fall opening of schools. We have built a steering committee of members of our team here with Anne Arundel County Public Schools, and in the process of building subcommittees to help us plan the reopening of our school system. Plan to include representation, from our bargaining units, as well as our many community stakeholders. So more to come as we develop our plans and bring in our stakeholders to help us do that planning. So with that, Madam President, thank you for the time to address.
Great. Dr. Armato, it does appear that we have a couple board members that have questions. Ms. Schalheim and then Ms. Antwine. Ms. Schalheim?
First, thank you so much for the wonderful update. I enjoyed it very much, and it was very informative. I have a couple clarification questions because I wrote down some numbers, but I don't think I got it right. So did you say 1,165 students not engaged, but that includes 74 or that are engaged just by other means from our special?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Those are our special needs students from our developmental centers. That 1,165 number also includes over 500 elementary school students that are unable to connect, and they are receiving learning packets that are delivered to their homes.
Wonderful. I mean, this speaks volumes of how amazing staff are in reaching our students. Just so everyone's aware online, if we don't have 85,000 students, we have somewhere very, very close to that. And so this number is simply incredible. So I thank you to your team for their wonderful work for that. One last clarification question with regard to the grant and the CARES funding. I heard lots of buckets that are what I expected to hear, but are we going through another means to sort of reimburse ourselves and cover the costs of the food and nutrition services? I didn't hear that bucket mentioned. Is that from a different pot of money?
So we hope to include that. That may very well be some of the monies that we ask for from CARES, but we are also hoping to access some state funds that the Maryland State Department of Education may make available, and we are still hoping that the U.S. Department of Agriculture will approve the waiver for the third meal that we're serving at several of our sites. Because that has become very costly. So that is something that's an ongoing conversation. In fact, I had a meeting of all the superintendents today, along with Karen Salmon, the State Department, from the State Department of Education, regarding this very subject and reimbursement because all the LEAs across the state are spending monies we had not planned on spending at this time. And so we're hoping for some reimbursement either from the federal level or the state level to assist us in monies that we're spending in the food nutrition service area.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And thank you again for your hard work. And please send my gratitude to staff as well. Thank you.
Thank you. They have the staff continues to work incredibly hard. Thank you, Ms. Schallheim.
They're amazing.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. Thank you for that update. I had a request that if we could get that that breakout to the board so that we could have it as a visual, please. We do have the chart already, but just to update it that you just read off, please.
Yes, ma'am.
And then my second question. Well, first of all, 98% is incredible. That means that many students are being successfully educated through some means. But I do have a question about the close to 900 or so students that are not connected with the summer enrichment that we're planning for. Is there a cost to that enrichment during the summer?
So we hope that the answer is no. We are planning on some summer recovery. Much of that will depend on how we're able to deliver that recovery. It may be 100% online. We may very well not be able to bring students together this summer. So we'll look to do some summer recovery, particularly for our most needy students and our students at the youngest grade levels, because those are the students, again, as I shared the numbers with you, there are over 500 of the students that are not connected, and they are at the elementary level. And some of that is purely by choice, and some of that is because they're unable to connect to the internet. And so we would hope to invite them in to some continued virtual learning over the course of the summer in very specific areas, probably in reading and math only, to help close some of those learning gaps. But we would cover the cost of that, and that's one of the reasons that we're hoping to get some of these recovery funds to help pay for that recovery.
Oh, wonderful. And then for those students that have been connected, but they've experienced difficulties throughout their connectivity period, would they be allowed the same type of flexibility, considering the fact that maybe virtual learning wasn't successful for them?
And that's really going to depend on a student-by-student basis. So we've always had, as you're well aware, summer credit recovery for those secondary students that need the credits to move towards graduation. And so we've always had those summer school classes. We will continue that. We've had the ability to do that online, and we will continue to do that over the course of the summer. If there are students that have not been able to connect and they need credits that they were unable to get this semester, we will certainly help them with those courses. There are other students that have a number of longstanding issues, and they're going to need to make up some of those classes on their own. And they'll go through the normal summer school enrollment process and take classes as normal during the summer. And again, that may be fully online this summer because we may very well not be able to bring students together.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. I'm not seeing any additional hands or requests for questions from the superintendent. So thank you very much, Dr. Arlotto. As always, greatly appreciated.
Yes, ma'am.
Next item is 2.09, the PTA report. And we're going to bring up to the virtual podium Ms. Vanessa Rivera.
Good evening, board members. My name is Vanessa Rivera, and I'm the Anne Arundel County Council PTA president. AACC PTA would like to take a minute to congratulate all our AACPS graduates. I'm sad to report that our Founders Day Family Fun Day event has been canceled for this year. Every year, PTA holds the National PTA Reflections program, which provides opportunities for recognition and access to the arts, which boosts student confidence and success in the arts and in life. We are so overwhelmed with all the entries to our Reflections program this year. The winners of our Reflections are from Watt Chapel, Ariel Lee, Makina Sampson, Tyler Pena, Aliana May, Liam Worthen, and Ruju Lassam. From Monarch Academy of Glen Burnie, Jada Lynch, Maylin Jones, Leah Lynch, Juliet Hill, and Samantha Lowry. From Brockbridge Elementary, Isabella and Alana Stanford. The full list of winners of the Reflections program can be seen on our website and on our Facebook page. We are sad to say that we will not be hosting a ceremony, and with COVID-19, our work will not be displayed at the Board of Education. However, all winners will mail their awards and certificates. The Anne Arundel County Council of PTAs is now accepting applications nominations for our executive board and committee chair positions. The AACC PTA consists of an executive board with a president, vice president, treasurer, and secretary. We have members from TAC and PIAC as well. We also have committee chair positions which focus on a multitude of areas which help to serve the Anne Arundel County public school system. Members serve a 2-year term. All nominees being considered for office must be PTA members. The following positions are currently open: president, vice president, and secretary. Examples of committee in which AACC PTA supports the school system include Citizens Advisory Committee, Communications Advisory Board, Reflections, Calendar Committee, Mental Task Force, Security Council, Teacher of the Year, and Wellness Committee. Applications can be found at our website, info@aaccpta.org. Applications must be submitted by July 10th, 2020. The committee meets 9 times a year. Meetings are generally held in the evenings at the Parham Building, located at 2644 River Road in Annapolis. For more information, email Vanessa Rivera at info@aaccpta.org. Finally, the council has been busy reaching out to local units to clarify information regarding elections and holding meetings. The update regarding PTA operations during COVID-19 is as follows. The executive committee can convene electronically and make decisions within the scope of the current budget, as they are charged with doing the business of the organization between meetings. Ideally, it would only be for a short period. As for electronic voting for Article 6, Section 5, specifically says voting cannot take place by electronic transmissions. It was advised to have the executive committee do the minimum to stay above water with bills and commitments, and the recommendation would be for all officers in their positions to remain until such a meeting in person can occur. If that is not an option, they are allowing valid voting for Article 6, Section 7. Please make sure all your units are well versed on this policy or reach out to me for any further questions. This is all from me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rivera. Greatly appreciated. And thank you, God. Please extend our gratitude to all the PTAs and PTOs who have had to overcome these challenging obstacles under these times. I know our students appreciate you guys probably now more than ever. And I know that every single one of our feeder systems, PTAs, are working very diligently, not just in our younger groups, but particularly with our high schoolers. And thank you so very much. Next is item 2.10, which is the CAC report. And joining us is Ms. Howard. Ms. Howard, thank you.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Good evening, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, fellow board members, and Dr. Arlotto. As chair of the CAC and on behalf of the CAC body, I'm pleased to update the board on our activities. The CAC met Monday, May 11th via video conference, having board member Ann Twine in attendance, discussing status to date, logistic opportunities for CAC, and addressing CAC member inquiries. We conducted CAC regular business. We held our elections. Tanisha Howard, Northeast Elementary representative, was elected the chair. Sean McTeer, Chesapeake Elementary representative, was elected vice chair. And Donna Day, Severna Park Secondary representative, was elected as secretary. The policy committee will be nominating and voting on a candidate, which will occur on our June 8th meeting. We will also be voting on our 2020-2021 calendar. Our recess committee work group was determined the CAC member that we will elect will come from our recess subcommittee member, and that vote will occur at the next subcommittee meeting that is currently scheduled for June 2nd. We also discussed community impact and having a roundtable discussion. In those discussions, we discussed grading, calendar year end, return to school implications, and teaching consistency. We also held breakout sessions. These breakout sessions were hosted in breakout rooms in our video conference for both the elementary to address the recess guidelines, and secondary to address magnet program selection process and lottery criteria. Also to conduct very specific topic discussions. Captains have been identified as Michelle Comer and Termel Kindred, respectively. Both groups have identified requirements for additional metrics, data for reference, and framework and goals will be developed for review and continued efforts. As COVID-19 continues to impact our county, CAC members will take a phased approach to information delivery to the board. Subcommittees may continue through the summer. We understand mechanisms and tools for CAC body needs to be reviewed, including communication channels and flexibility for meeting method. Our next virtual meeting is scheduled for Monday, June 8th, at which time we will continue to review community impacts and endeavor to continue our work for the board. We would like to again thank you for allowing us the opportunity to expand and continue through having additional opportunities to support our subcommittee work throughout the summer. We also would like to take this time to thank all the new graduates and congratulations for all your hard work. And we hope for your successful endeavors into the future. Thank you for your support of CAC and looking forward to spending some time to work on strengthening the CAC overall internal process to support board future assistance and its goals.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Howard. And I do wanted to say, I mean, the CAC was probably one of the more affected of our transition from an appointed board to a fully elected board. And I commend you guys on rising to the occasion. And then we add in, of course, a global pandemic. And you guys still are pushing forward with such resilience. And of course, Tanisha and Sean, congratulations on, as well as to the others for serving in the leadership. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you so very much once again. Next is item 2.11, the SCCAC report by Jean Somm.
Good evening,
Jean?
Madam President, Vice President Ellis, members of the board, and Dr. Olato. My name is Jeannie Somm, CCAC Chair, and I'm here to give you the annual Special Education Citizen Advisory Report for 2019-2020 school year. Accomplishments. AACCAC had the honor of hosting our 7th annual Special Education Resource Fair in October. The event took place at Severna Park Middle School. 22 community organizations and AACPS departments were readily available to share information with families and other stakeholders within the community. Despite the heavy rainfall, attendance was steady throughout the evening. We take great pride in our general meetings and guest speaker events held throughout the year. In November, Bobby Pedrick, Director of Special Education, led an informative and engaging conversation about the current state of special education to a room full of stakeholders. In December, Kimberly McKay and Shaylin Chandler from the Department of Human Services joined our general membership meeting to provide information about a respite program available to families. The newly funded program offers short-term temporary care to families and caregivers of adults and children with disabilities. In January, literacy specialist Gabby Shekels and Ellen Thilosen, resource teacher Lindsay O'Keefe, and teacher specialist Lauren Cornwell dived into reading strategies for supporting children at home. Unfortunately, due to the current pandemic surrounding COVID-19, the final guest presentation, Assisting Your Child in Developing Social-Emotional Learning Skills, had to be postponed. We are hoping to reschedule to a future date. As our committee continues to grow and evolve, more parents have expressed a vested interest in developing work groups to help improve the state of special education within the county. This year, several parents workshopped ideas about celebrating and raising awareness about the varying disabilities affecting our students. The hope is to develop a toolkit with factual information with various disabilities, fun ways to create conversations through activities and events, and potential lesson plans to distribute to all schools in Anne Arundel. This continues to support one of AACPS's values of all means all, wherein diversity is invited, nurtured, and celebrated. We will be launching our 6th annual CCAC Special Education Survey to help gain insight on the 2019-2020 school year. This survey will provide the opportunity of parents of students receiving special education services in Anne Arundel County to give direct feedback on how well they believe special education services were working for their children. Results from the survey are compared to the results from previous years. Feedback in both of the areas of growth and areas of improvement are shared with the specific staff and schools when mentioned. This survey is instrumental in CCAC's advisory role to inform department goals and initiatives annually. We continue to maintain our CCAC website and respond to inquiries via our web Contact Us form. Our current membership of parents, guardians, community members, and staff consists of over 750 email subscribers, 386 Facebook subscribers, and over 1,100 respondents to our AACCAC Special Education Parent Survey. We continue to hold active representation on CAC and PIAC. Our current treasurer was recently elected as member of CAC representing the Meade Cluster. Concerns and recommendations. As an advisory committee, it is our duty to share concerns affecting the families we serve. When a pattern or an increased number of similar concerns comes to our attention, we identify this as a need that warrants action and/or further inquiry. Staffing for special education continues to be a concern. It is important that decisions regarding services for students are made based on the unique needs of the child and are not based on staffing limitations. Our student population continues to increase greatly and staffing has grown minimally. Inadequate staffing and large class sizes negatively impacts all students, more so those who require extra supports. Additional staffing would help to alleviate the strain that IEP team members experience in developing strong, evidence-based IEPs for our students. So much time is spent on paperwork and meetings, often cutting into time that could be spent in delivering services. While it is recognized that paperwork and meetings are essential in developing a child's individualized education plan, additional staffing would help to supplement those necessary hours to ensure students are receiving an appropriate education. In light of the current pandemic surrounding COVID-19, our concern is for that of all students in AACPS, specifically students receiving special education services. We understand that the county is working around the clock to make sure the needs of our students are met. Understandably, a lot of uncertainty surrounds the current situation, and families are looking for guidance as to how supports, accommodations, and modifications will be provided during this time. This concludes the CCAC report for the 2019-2020 school year. We welcome you to participate in our upcoming meetings and events. Please check our website at aaccac.org for any scheduled updates or find us on Facebook at AACCAC. Thank you, AACCAC Board.
Thank you so very much, Jeannie. Greatly appreciated. And please extend our gratitude to you and your
Unknown
team.
participant is now exiting.
Next is item 2.12, the CRASC report. And Ms. Cherry is joining us today. Ms. Cherry, you're on.
Hello. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you may proceed.
Okay.
Yes,
Awesome.
yes, absolutely.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Good evening, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. Hello, my name is Preeti Cherry, and I'm the CRASC Secretary of Education, and this is my final report before graduating on June 2nd from Broadneck High School. Ballots have begun arriving from the SMOB election, and the winner will be announced by the end of the week. Thank you to all the students who took the time to vote. CRASC elections for next year will be held by the beginning of October. Critical officer positions that have been vacated by graduating seniors will be filled with remaining team members for our summer work. 3 members from CRASC had the opportunity to attend the Code of Conduct meeting today to provide a student voice to proposed changes to the Student Responsibilities section. CRASC is excited to announce that Justin Pileska from Meade High School has been appointed the Region for Liaison for MASC, the Maryland Association of Student Councils. He will be working with students from AACPS, Montgomery County, and Prince George's County. In addition, Justin was also recently appointed to the Maryland Center for School Safety Focus Group as Anne Arundel County's representative. Some work over the summer will include revising the CRASC Constitution to add emergency voting procedures in the event we need to use them moving forward. In addition, CRASC is working with the SGA advisors at Lyndale Middle to submit a bid to host the MASC Fall Leadership Conference in November. We are hopeful to secure the bid and be able to showcase one of our middle schools. We are excited to share the plans for the CRASC Executive Team Class of 2020. Amelie Holloman, Secretary of Legislation, will attend Yale and major in economics. Elizabeth Zurilli, Legislative Liaison, will attend Clemson University and major in economics. Mia Anthony, Chief of Staff, will attend Washington College and major in international relations and political science. Stephen Ramsingh from the Community Action Committee will attend University of California, Berkeley and major in public health. Holly Boggs from the Equity Committee will attend Clemson University and major in bioengineering and French language. And lastly, I, Secretary of Education, will be attending the Pennsylvania State University, majoring in general sciences within the BSMBA program. I'm thrilled for college, but sad to move on from my home since birth, Annapolis. Thank you to the board, school system, and Dr. Arlotto for everything you've done for me and the entire class of 2020. I appreciate all the amazing opportunities and exposure CRASC has given me and wish it didn't have to end this way. A final thank you for allowing me to give you an update about what's happening in CRASC.
Well, thank you so very much, Ms. Cherry. I know you have been a true asset to your school community, and you and the others have just continued to do an outstanding job. I don't know if you're aware of this, but our Maryland Association of Board of Education featured you and the others' hard work on developing the virtual debate. And so I want to congratulate you on that. I think it speaks droves to the quality of CRASC and how well that you guys do to develop the true leadership in each one of our students who are willing to take that opportunity. And congratulations. I mean, hearing all those schools and universities, definitely heartwarming. And thank you once again, and a major congratulations to you on your future. You guys all have such a bright future, and I look forward to hearing. Please stop in and join us during that public testimony that hopefully one day we'll get back to in person, and share with us and the board your progress, and please encourage others to do so. It's just so great to watch you guys go off into a bright future. Thank you so very much.
Definitely. Me and Riddle have to come back. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Next, we have item 3.0 is public comment. And we used to hold this in place during our in-person meetings, of course. And so as I had previously stated at the beginning, these items in public comment that are not for agenda items have been posted to are being posted to our website, and the board members, the first 250 words, that is roughly, and the entire testimony, of course, is shared with the board members. So moving on, next is item 4.01, the administrative personnel appointments. I am willing to entertain Dr. Arlotto.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
I'm willing to entertain a motion as soon as we have Dr. Arlotto's recommendation. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend that the board, that the personnel listed on the attached sheets be promoted and or appointed.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Either raise your virtual hand. Ms. Hummer, yes, you do. Ms. Hummer?
Yes, I actually, this is the time of year. This is not administrative appointments. This is personnel, which falls under the same type thing. In July, August, and September, we have the excitement of approving all the new hires and the great new teachers that are coming in. But in May and June, we have the sad task of that we also see the list of those who are retiring after serving us for many years. And the list that we had last meeting, I didn't have a chance to comment on it then, but I wanted to share with everyone that the teachers that are retiring, the educators that are retiring from us, that we had on that list totaled over 1,000 years of education experience. And that's just amazing and incredible. And I just want to thank all of our retirees for the decades of service that they've given to our students. And they will be sorely missed. Even as we bring in new teachers, they have big shoes to fill, as all of those people have retired. So I just wanted to give that shout out to the 1,000+ years of experience that hopefully is going off into happy retirement.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hummer. And I know that I echo Ms. Hummer's sentiments at a personal level. It's always sad to see such dedicated educators. On the other hand, I know that when we get to August, how excited we all are to meet our new educators. And so I wish those who are replacing they all have very big shoes to fill indeed. Thank you. Do we have any other comments? Okay. Ms. Hummer, you can remove your hand unless you had any further comments. Okay. Next. Next is item 4.02, the Education Equity Code AF. This is a new policy, this is on its third.
Was there a vote on that?
You know what I did? I went ahead and I did not.
There was comment. I think you need to take a vote.
The comment threw me off because we never have one. So my apologies, everyone. Ms. Howell, please call roll on the motion, and to be clear, and that is to adopt the recommendations of the superintendent. Ms. Howell. Thank you, guys.
Miss Ellis?
Aye.
Miss Schallheim?
Aye.
Miss Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Miss Hummer?
Aye.
Miss Alvey,
Aye.
Miss Corkadell.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you all once again for bringing that to my attention. Item 4.02 is Educational Equity Code AF. This is a new policy being added to the Anne Arundel County Board of Education's policy inventory, and it is now on its third reader. And we're going to start, it appears that no additional comments were produced for the purposes of the agenda. So I'm going to now turn this over for summary information from Ms. Ortiz. Ms. Ortiz?
So good evening. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. I don't have anything to add other than the policy is before you on third reading for action.
And I'd be glad to give you my recommendation, Madam President.
Yes, please,
Fantastic.
Dr. Olato.
I recommend board approval of policy AF, subject to final correction for style and format.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Live, seconded by Mr. Gilliland. I'm going to, it appears we may have a comment or two. Looks like we have Ms. Alvey for comment. Ms. Alvey.
So I know this is a policy that we've spent an extensive amount of time on, and I think it's very important and represents the values of our school system and the board's desire to put equity as a number one concern for the staff and our students and really make it a part of everything we do. So we've implemented different things that enforce having more educational equity through various means, including the strategic plan. And I know our equity office is doing that every day, and even in these difficult times to really make that a priority. I just think that this is a great policy that puts all of that well-intentioned actions into one place and really proves that the Board of Education stands behind all of the superintendent's efforts to really make equity something, a big thing for our school system. So I'm very proud to be a part of this, and I'm glad that we've been able to get to it in my time here, because it did take a lot of effort from all of our staff. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alvey. I do share your sentiments on the importance, relevance, and effort. Mr. Live, I believe you have comments.
Nothing, sorry.
Oh, no worries. Your mute is off. So, okay, great. I'm not seeing any additional comments. So at this time, I'm going to ask Ms. Howell to please call roll.
Miss Ellis?
Aye.
Miss Schallheim?
Aye.
Miss Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Miss Hummer?
Aye.
Miss Alvey?
Aye.
Miss Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you, Ms. Howell. Next is item 4.03, Board Member Ethics and Professional Standards, Code BK. This is a new policy added to the Anne Arundel County School Board's policy inventory and is now on its third reader. We have not received any public comment through our board office portal, and so at this time, I'm going to introduce Ms. Ortiz.
Yes, so this policy is before you on third reading for action. I don't have anything else to add, so I will leave it to Dr. Olato for his recommendation.
Before we do that, it does appear we do have a board question. So, Ms. Schallheim.
Oh, it's not a question, it's a comment, but I'll do it after the recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Schallheim, no worries. Dr. Olato.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of policy BK, subject to final correction for style and format.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And it appears that, let's see, do we have other comments outside of Ms. Schalheim, I'm not seeing any, so Ms. Schalheim, you may, Ms. Antwine as well. So Ms. Schalheim, you will go first, and Ms. Antwine is second. Ms. Schalheim?
Sure. This will be real brief. I just wanted to say that I assume this policy will pass, and I'm glad it will be on the books. This policy will apply to each of us equally going forward, and will apply to our actions and words wherever we go, including social media accounts. I would hope that all of us would take some time to revisit our accounts, especially our posts during the last few weeks, and take down what would now be a violation of the policy as a show of support for this policy. It would be hypocritical not to.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schalheim. Very, very sound, wise words of wisdom, and greatly appreciate your comments. Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, President Corkadell, and thank you, Ms. Schalheim, for your encouragement of the policy. I wanted to express that my vote tonight is not in non-appreciation for the work that has been put together, especially from you, Ms. Ortiz. You literally had to turn this around on a dime, as we would say in the South, and you made it happen for us. But I have expressed in our closed sessions and in public that I do not support this policy. I believe it's too subjective, and we are moving into a fully elected board, and it's important that we move forward successfully without having or feeling as though our hands are bound. So I just wanted to share that. Outside of that, I encourage, with or without policy in place, that we as a board continue to work together for the benefit of our entire system, especially our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Antwine. Greatly appreciated. And certainly working together as a team, I think we would all concur. I don't see any other further comments. I'm going to give this one more second. Okay, seeing none. Ms. Howe, can you please call roll?
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Nay.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-1.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howe. Greatly appreciated. Next item is item 4.04 is the Shadyside Elementary School Cell Tower Project at the request of Mr. Live and Ms. Hummer. We are going to start, as I had mentioned earlier, with the public testimony that is going to be read jointly by Ms. Howe and Mr. Mosher. So with that, without any further ado, I'm going to turn over the table to the two of them. And Ms. Howe, if you could please proceed. And I believe you had a statement, a summary statement to make as well as an introduction.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So we opened up the public comment for items on the agenda last Friday, closing today at noon. We received 84 comments on item 4.04, and I'm going to start off with a letter that was received late yesterday from the county executive, his director of...
Ms. Howell, that
Yes.
is actually part of our information session and is not part of the public testimony. So if you could please hold that until such time that I have introduced the information portion of this section. Thank you very much.
Sure. Okay, so my first comment is from John Gibson. To who it may concern, my name is John Gibson. I live in Shadyside, next door to Shadyside Market. I have lived there for 2 years now and have a brand new cell phone, and still my service is horrible. I believe that it is imperative to the health and welfare of those living in the area to have good cell service. I personally have COPD and have a very hard time breathing at times, and may need an ambulance that I am afraid I may not be able to get with such bad service. Please help us. Thank you for your time. This is from David Soriero. Dear members of the board, I am opposed to the placement of a cell tower on Shadyside Elementary School property, but would be in support of it in a more responsible location. But first, let me start by saying I am disgusted and disturbed that the board would place this extremely controversial topic on the agenda during a pandemic. Frankly, it appears very sneaky and makes me question your true priorities and commitment to the mission of our schools. It shows a severe disconnect with the realities that people are facing. That said, the advancement of this tower has significant questionable legal issues. As you may know, I recently submitted a formal complaint to the board regarding the illegal lot consolidation that occurred on the Shadyside Elementary School property in clear violation of Open Meetings Act. There is recorded evidence of Len Forkas in a public forum stating that the lot consolidation was for permitting purposes, as well as PIA documents proving this. You must be thoroughly investigated prior to advancing the project on the school property. Thank you for your time. From Lisa Taylor. Dear members of the board, I want to start by saying that I am shocked and appalled that this very controversial, long-standing issue has been placed on the agenda in the middle of a pandemic. No matter what side of the issue you are on, this is wrong. Please get your priorities straight. Putting a cell tower on the property of Shadyside Elementary would directly prevent the building of an outdoor wetlands learning center or other future use of the site. If you forget that the American Academy of Pediatrics is against cell towers on school grounds, if you forget that the Maryland State Government Agency, CEHPAC, is against cell towers on school grounds, if you forget all the testimony and hundreds of paper signatures and hundreds more of electronic signatures from your constituents who are against this, you simply cannot forget that you are to uphold your own policies and regulations. Our community has proposed an Educational Outdoor Wetlands Learning Center, or OWL Center, but this was set aside pending your decision on a cell tower. I have emails and messages from the former principal of SSE and the current president of the PTO, which proves that OWL Center was given a back seat to the cell tower. This directly violates AACPS Regulation FB-RA2, Section CII. Regardless of your own personal opinions on cell towers, you must absolutely uphold and follow your own regulations and only allow for the tower if it can be placed off school grounds. This is from James Storiero, Shadyside Elementary School student. I don't want a tower. Stop it, please. They teach us that we should love nature, but this is not loving nature. Put it somewhere else or nowhere, please. Radiation is not good for kids. By James. From Sharon Taylor. I'm revolted that a public board would try to sneak this change in while people are absorbed with the pandemic. The point of rejecting the cell tower in the first place was that the pediatricians advised against it. This is taking a chance with kids' health for no good reason. This is why people hold government in such low esteem. I'm the grandmother of 7, one of whom is now a Shadyside student. If you were sure of the decision, you would not be trying to sneak it under cover of COVID-19. From Jamie Anstead. Does our school board have our kids as their best interest? Why are you trying to fight for our kids' best interest against our school board, who should know better? Why are parents fighting for so long to not put a 5G tower by their kids' school at Shadyside, and now parents have to fight against the same thing by their kids' school at the Chesapeake cluster? Does our school board really care about kids? Is the risk of our kids, staff, and surrounding communities really even a question to our school board? On top of this, our school board is bringing this up in the middle of a pandemic when many of us know there are more important topics to discuss because of this pandemic. I'm truly sad by the decisions of our school board, is making for our children. I think the Shadyside parents put up a long and good fight for their kids, and I hope the board considers the Shadyside parents, please, that the 5G tower risks would be the same risk at the Chesapeake cluster. Is it really that hard to understand? I will continue to hope that the board starts thinking and caring about kids' best interest instead of money for them. The 5G tower is not worth the risk. From Carrie Giannettino. Dear board members, I'd like to urge you not to allow the new cell towers near Shadyside Elementary School. I do not believe the research on any potential adverse health impact especially if 5G technology has been fully completed. As this technology works much differently than previous technology, I do not believe it would be wise to allow such towers to be installed in a place where children will spend a significant amount of time. I have a cousin who attends this school, and I know his mother is so concerned that she's considering homeschooling him rather than allowing him to be exposed to towers that have not been fully studied. Please consider at least delaying the installation of the towers until research on the safety of the technology is complete. From Erica Coolmember. I am writing in favor of the Shadyside cell tower. I live just off of Idlewild Road in the Felicity Cove community of Shadyside. The past 2 months have brought even more urgency to the need for a cell tower in Shadyside. My children are both doing online learning. Although we have Wi-Fi in our house, there have already been 2 instances where we have lost power due to fallen trees right in the middle of their classes. They tried to get to their classes from their cell phones and could not connect through cell service. I can't imagine what families who cannot afford internet services are going through during this time. I've been lucky to keep my job during this pandemic. I work from home every day, and I need reliable service to continue to be employed. Which brings me to the safety issue of not being able to connect to cell service here in Shadyside. Coyotes have recently been spotted in my area. I'm nervous about walking my dog or having my sons walk my dog very far. If anything happens, we cannot connect to cell service to call in case of an emergency. If we have an emergency in our house and do not have power, we cannot connect to cell service. School system, employees, government, first responders, they all have contracted cell service with Verizon and they need access. If a firefighter is on scene, if a bus driver needs to call in an accident, if someone is out walking or biking for exercise, etc., they are using their cell phones and need reliable service. There's no evidence that cell tower will bring harm to the community. Please allow this cell tower to continue. There's no other viable option for the cell service in South County. Thank you. From Joanne Gray. I'd like to again voice my support for the cell tower project at Shadyside Elementary School. As a teacher at Shadyside during the school shutdown, I'm even more in support of the need for a cell tower. We have families that live in the area to be covered by the project that are unable to access e-learning due to not having data coverage. These families live in areas not covered by Comcast and are unable to get cable connection. Students may have been able to use a phone or Chromebook using a hotspot at home, but are unable to due to the lack of infrastructure in the area. It's a safety issue for students that teachers are unable to use cell phones on school property. At recess duty, teachers cannot call for help in a lockdown situation. Teachers would not be able to communicate from classrooms. Organizations such as PTO or community athletics don't have access to the school phone after hours and cannot use their cell phones to call for emergency help. Many other similar scenarios have come up over the years since this debate began. Many people who do not live in the area have had very strong opinions against this project, even though it does not affect them personally in any way. Please know that there are many people who live here who are in favor of this project and the benefits it would bring to the school and the community.
From Melanie Lowry. I've been very disappointed to learn about the growing number of 5G towers being placed at or near schools. There is growing research that they are devastating to children and linked to many issues, and this factors into the need to pull my child from a school where one has been placed. We do not want towers in Hillsmere or Bates or Shadyside or Chesapeake or near any schools in Anne Arundel County. AACPS needs to focus on education and helping children, many of which are not getting the best education right now, not the cell tower industry. From Brian Dobbs. This email has plenty of links in it, which we'll provide to the board in the written version. Oregon declared an emergency as it relates to exposing students to radio frequency and microwave radiation. Alaska just proposed a bill based off of Oregon's legislation. Other states have also proposed or passed legislation, issued advisories, or implemented regulations to address the health risk associated with RF/MW radiation exposure. Please see the attached infographic. There's a link provided. Please watch this video, and there's a link provided. Here are two among thousands of peer-reviewed research papers that conclude RF/MW radiation exposure negatively affects human reproduction and memory. 1. Long-term exposure to wireless radiation not only damages male reproductive organs, but also affects the number, morphology, motility, and oocyte binding ability of sperm, and indirectly increases the risk of infertility. 2, cell phone radiation negatively affects memory in teens. More research links wireless radiation exposure to cancer, tumor growth, and DNA damage. For more information, please visit, and there's a link provided. Cell tower installation should be prohibited near schools, as well as Wi-Fi in classrooms. By allowing wireless radiation to permeate through Anne Arundel County Public Schools, you are negatively affecting the health of an entire generation. In a few decades' time, when the hazards of wireless radiation is common knowledge, people will look back on this time and wonder why they could have ever been so irresponsible for ignoring credible scientific research. From Cassandra Alls. I recently learned that there was a cell tower put up near Bates Middle School, and no one seems to have information on this. I strongly oppose any cell tower to be placed on or near any school. I would like to have this added to my testimony regarding the action items on the school board meeting agenda. Chesapeake High School cell tower project and Shadyside Elementary School. Forest Conservation Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions. I will pull my children from school if they are in harm's way, and I am sure others will as well. Please do not let this happen. The health of the children and community are in your hands. From Desiree Groves. As a Shadyside resident for over 20 years, I approve and am in favor of the cell tower to be put in place in Shadyside. We definitely could use more cell reception in our area, as some parts of Shadyside, including my home, don't get any cell reception. This would be a great addition. From Janie Gibson. I would like to vote for the cell tower to come. My dad is elderly with COPD. He does not have a house phone. He is on limited income. He only has a cell phone that I got him. It's hard to get a hold of him. What if he needs to call for help but cannot due to no service? The cell tower needs to come. Having the cell tower would allow for him to see his kids and grandchildren on FaceTime. We have not been in physical contact with my dad since the pandemic started. Having a cell tower would help him so much. From Jacob Rowe. To whom it may concern, my name is Jacob Rowe, and I'm in support of the cell tower because it creates an issue at Shadyside Elementary because no one can call out with their cell phones when service is low or non-existent. Emergency personnel need to be able to be contacted in times of need, and the tower will supply that need. From Patrick. No cell tower for Shadyside Elementary. No selling the safety of the children for money. From Greg Fate. I support the cell tower placement in Shadyside. It's been horrible not only being isolated from my family, but to not have self-service to FaceTime my loved ones. Please help us have what we need, especially enlightening during a pandemic. From Karen Fate. After 3 years and a pandemic that has cut us off from our loved ones, we deserve a cell tower. During this crisis, isolated, quarantined, and alone, my children couldn't even reach me on my cell. I miss seeing their faces with a FaceTime call that we tried every day to do with little luck. We need to be able to have the security of knowing we can call 911 and the call actually going through. Please vote yes. Our families are depending on you. From Dolores Grimes. The cell tower is going up right across the street from where I live. My property floods every time it rains. It does not drain at all. So building a tower and entrance will make the problem worse. So therefore, I am totally against it. Not to mention the children at the school. I am sure there are a lot of problems that I am not aware of yet, like a loud diesel motor running all night and day. No cell tower.
From Aaron Barton. I support the cell tower at Shadyside Elementary. Parent of a Shadyside Elementary student. From Jen Burgoon. I do not support the cell phone tower at Shadyside Elementary School. From Emma Guy. I am writing to support the cell tower at Shadyside Elementary School. This is much needed infrastructure for the community and safety issue for the school. From Lindsay Martin. I am a resident of Snug Harbor and I believe that the tower is a necessity for the community. From Amanda Fincher. I am writing to respectfully ask that you not place a cell tower on Shadyside Elementary property. I do not believe we have enough information as to the nature of the effects of the cell towers on humans. Further, I don't feel the cell tower placement was given proper public recognition into its placement. The community has not been given appropriate and thorough information regarding the process since its inception. Please protect our children, families, and environment. From Ron Doe. My family from Shadyside was involved in a horrific accident Christmas Eve 2017. A drunk driver hit family of 6 head-on. Helicopters took victims to 4 different hospitals. Trying to communicate was a nightmare. Barely made it to one hospital to see my daughter go into surgery, and then to another hospital to be with my mother, who passed away the next morning. People that live and work in South County need reliable service for just such an event that I experienced, as well as daily communication and emergencies. For the next 2 years, I traveled to Shadyside 1 to 2 times a month to help with the recovering and rehabilitation of my family, and was appalled that the service would end once I reached West River, and non-existent in Shadyside. Residents of Shadyside have a right to basic cell service like the adjoining communities. Thank you for your consideration. From Denise Perry. I'm writing to you to bring up a valid point in regard to the cell tower proposed at Shadyside Elementary. First, I'd like to say that I don't live in Shadyside, nor do I currently live in Anne Arundel County, so the proposed cell tower does not benefit me. However, I am for placing the cell tower there. Not only will it provide service to the Shadyside area, it could save a child's life. I was a school nurse at Shadyside Elementary School several years ago, and I know all too well the poor cell service there. The phone system is connected to the internet, no phone service, which then could possibly put a child's life in jeopardy. You may be asking yourself how, so let me tell you how a nurse calls 911 in this situation. They use the walkie-talkie to contact the office, who has an actual landline, to call 911. It's like using an interpreter service. The nurse gives information to the office, who relays the information to the 911 operator, who then asks questions, which is relayed to the nurse by the office. The nurse provides the information to the office, who then relays the 911 operator this scenario. It wastes precious time. CPR while trying to use a handheld walkie-talkie. If there were cell service within the school, that nurse could call 911 herself, put the phone on speaker, and provide the necessary care to that student while providing information to 911, reducing the risk of miscommunication during that translation of information and saving precious time, which could ultimately save the child's life. I hope that you will take into consideration not only the scenario that could occur while inside the school, but out in the community as well, as there are many dead zones or spots in Shadyside. From Edward Lumpkin Jr. I have been a resident of Shadyside for my entire life, going on 38 years now, and I have never had adequate cell phone coverage in this area. This has not improved at all since I can remember, and definitely not to the current day standards of access. If my cell phone did not connect to my home internet once I get home, my cell phone would be useless, and I do not have a copper landline. Most times I have to go outside of my house in the yard or street to try and get a cell signal. There have been many times when I was unable to call 911 for an emergency, with the call failing due to poor or no service in the area. How is this possible with all the technology available? Why is it that people in the area that are in the minority are able to stop the building of a cell tower? You have citizens that need this service, and it has been long enough, and this needs to change. I'm in favor of building this cell site at the proposed area and hope the board agrees. From G. Beckett and family, please, please, please approve the cell tower to be located at Shadyside. The current communication conditions are unreliable and/or are most non-existent. And for folks with serious health conditions, we shouldn't have to worry if they're able to get their call through in an emergency. Please approve the cell tower at Shadyside. 20-year resident of the peninsula. I'm writing to support the cell tower at Shadyside Elementary School. Sincerely, a Shadyside resident, Joanne.
From Lauren Enzer. I'm writing this email to let you know we need the cell tower at Shadyside Elementary. I personally had an emergency one time involving my child when I called 911. Queens County picked up and had to give me a local number. How is this okay? It's not. We need service in that area. From Kathleen Poole. I've lived in the Cedarhurst community of Shadyside for 23 years. And while cellular reception has improved drastically throughout the rest of the county, it remains dismal at best in Shadyside. Putting a tower at Shadyside Elementary would truly be a wonderful gesture and would greatly increase my chances of being able to make a phone call, especially in an emergency. My family has Verizon as our cell carrier, and they have provided us with a network extender that helps provide reception in the house. This extender is truly awesome, but the one drawback is that it relies on power, as well as my Comcast modem. The service that Comcast provides often becomes unreliable, and anytime the modem can't connect back to Comcast, I can't make or receive a cell phone call. My landline service is also through Comcast, so naturally, if the power or the modem aren't working, I can't make a call then either. As the world that we live in continues to be plagued by pandemics and wicked acts by Mother Nature, being able to successfully make a phone call is becoming a life or death situation. Please consider approving the installation of a cell tower at Shadyside Elementary. From Jenna DeSaris Butler. Thank you for all the work you're doing for our kids during all of this. I'm writing to oppose cell tower projects at our local schools, Shadyside Elementary and Chesapeake High School. The benefits do not outweigh the risk for our children. There is far too much unknown, and we do not need to place environmental hazards directly on their school grounds. Please consider alternate sites. Thank you. From C. Beckett and family. Please, please, please approve the cell tower to be located at Shadyside. The current communication conditions are unreliable and/or are almost non-existent. And for folks with serious health conditions, we shouldn't have to worry if they'll be able to get their call through in an emergency. Please approve the cell tower at Shadyside. From Lisa Paolito. One word emphasizes how desperately we need a cell tower at Shadyside Elementary School: e-learning. As a teacher at Shadyside Elementary and living a mile from the school, I personally know how bad the service is here. Teaching online now, and with a daughter learning remotely, we need better service. During my live Google Classrooms, my students are constantly being dropped from the meetings because of poor Wi-Fi connections. Students are using iPhones and iPads to connect to their education, and they need Wi-Fi to get into Google Classrooms, to do all their assignments, and to communicate with their teachers. All the communication between the teachers, students, and parents is now through the internet streaming and emails. Thank you, AACPS, for the Google Voice number, but mine doesn't work down here. You already are aware improved cell service is desperately needed down here, and there is no signal inside the school for cell phones. Making calls in an emergency is still a concern. We need to focus now on improving our Wi-Fi for e-learning happening now and most likely in the future. I realize most of you making this decision might not be aware of how isolated we are down here at the end of the peninsula. Most of you have never been down here. Please believe the need is essential. The delays need to stop, and this needs to move forward now. You are the Board of Education, and our children's education depends on it. From Amanda Edgeworth. This notice to say I show support in favor of using the spare lot on the grounds of Shadyside Elementary School for lease to Milestone Communications with the intent of erecting a monopole. From Suzanne Spohr. It is imperative that we stop building cell towers near schools. Over the last 5 years, more and more studies are showing that children's brains are twice as affected by radio frequencies as adults' brains. Their entire bodies are more susceptible than adults to the waves in the air and coming through mobile devices. While we do not know for certain that cancer is caused by EMF, studies are showing more likelihood each year. As long ago as 2011, the World Health Organization wrote a press release to that effect. The WHO, International Agency for Research on Cancer, has classified radio frequency electromagnetic fields as possibly carcinogenic to humans, based on an increased risk for glioma, a malignant type of brain cancer associated with wireless phone use, unquote. While the WHO report was not conclusive, scientists have continued to study the effects of cell phone use. More recently, the National Toxicology Program at the National Institute of Environmental Health Services released reports stating that exposure to high levels of RFR, like that used in 2G and 3G cell phones, cause tumors in rats. While rats are not humans, there is reason to be concerned, as evidenced by the high number of alarmed reviews from peers outside the study. Here is a link of response to the NTP's report, and there's a link provided. Many other reports show that cell service emission causes health issues, and they are referred to in the peer responses I just linked. There is more that we'll provide to the board. We're at the limit. From Jen Groom. Well, here we are, living in a totally different world, a virtual world, a world where we rely solely on virtual communications to educate our children, a world where no one knows what the right answer is about a lot of things. But the cell tower answer, we know that answer. We did not find another spot. We did not filled in the gap of service. We did not come up with a viable plan. We have wasted 2 years of our time. We put up cell towers on other school properties. We can no longer ignore the need for reliable internet and cellular service. We debunked the conspiracy theories. We patiently waited for other options. We have begged and pleaded and provided solid and valid facts. We have answered every possible question and scenario and have submitted testimony from hundreds of residents with letters and petitions saying, yes, let us just do this. Local people, people with roots in this neighborhood, people who build this neighborhood to be wonderful neighborhood that it is. Multi-generational families have invested in it and pour our blood, sweat, and tears into this neighborhood for many, many years. We are Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts and alumni and parents of children at this school. Please vote in favor of erecting the monopole on the spare lot of Shadyside Elementary School. From Jason Jung. I live off Snug Harbor Road, and I think it is important we have a cell tower. I don't have service at my house, and if there is an emergency, I am afraid I won't be able to get a hold of someone. That could be a matter of life or death. I vote for the tower. For Carla Downs. I'm writing because I favor the cell tower at Shadyside Elementary. In reality, it is a necessity to the staff and students in case of a this day and age emergency, to the community as a whole. There is no danger of ground level radiation. Life is safer with more reliable cell communications. I've kept my landline for emergencies because of the poor cell service, but it is unavailable in most power outages. The latest problem to evolve is the inability to rely on receiving and participating in the newly required virtual doctor appointments. I've had several in the past month, and even with the signal booster in the house, it has taken several tries to make the connection, and then not always good enough to continue the appointment. Also, my security system sometimes relies on my cell phone, and it scares me that in an emergency, it will fail me. Common sense says put the tower up.
From Michelle Adams. I'm a resident of Anne Arundel County with 2 children who attend AACPS. I wanted to share a story with you. Late one night, I was traveling down Shadyside Road. I came up to one of the curves, and there was a car that had just slid off the road and hit a telephone pole. I was the only other car on the road. It was obvious the accident had just happened. I was 4 miles from home with no access to cellular service. With the motorist assisting the victim, I raced to the firehouse. I saw the ambulance go by, but it did not make it in time to save who I would later find out was a friend of mine. I've worked in telecommunications, and I have many years of experience with cellular technology, and I'm confident in my research that this monopole is a safe distance from all residents and students in the area to eliminate any risk danger to their health or well-being. The school system deserves the kickback from the use of the extra lot more than the wealthy landowner anyway. From Sandra Nadrowski. Please vote yes to the cell tower being installed behind Shadyside Elementary. Cell service is sketchy at best. Calls rarely go out or in, and if they get through, most are dropped. It is beyond belief that here in 2020 that anyone should be left as we are in this area. Anyone should be left as we in this area have been left with such weak cell service. I have driven through many miles of uninhabited area of this country, and those places had better cell service than what is afforded to me here in Snug Harbor. Simply beyond belief, yes, it's true. Due to the lack of decent cell reception, we are forced to have a landline, which is an issue when we lose power, as the landline also goes out. We are then left with no means of communication in case of an emergency. Again, in 2020, this should never be happening. We added ADT. We had to tie it to the landline since it wouldn't work with the weak cell service. That's a problem when we lose power, as we then lose our security system. With the increase of people working from home and the children now being required to temporarily get their schooling online, we shouldn't have to worry about not being able to do so. Being able to dial 911 from a cell phone should be an absolute given in this area. Living without decent cell phone service can most definitely be a life and death situation. Please vote yes to installing the cell tower behind Shadyside Elementary School. From Linda Nugent. My children attend Shadyside Elementary, and I am opposed to the proposed cell tower at our school. In September 2018, 4 members of this board responded to a candidate questionnaire about cell towers at schools. Here are a couple of the responses that explain just a few reasons AACPS should stop putting up cell towers at schools. Ms. Corkadell said, I believe that the residents of AA County, along with the Maryland taxpayers, invested in school land for the purpose of education. I do not believe that any Board of Education should be in the business of side hustles to scrape together additional education funding. I would rather see the BOE's efforts focus on advocating the state do its share of co-funding more capital improvements and the BOE partnering with local businesses and civic organizations to meet their auxiliary funding needs. Ms. Ellis said, I am not in favor of constructing cell phone towers on or near schools in Anne Arundel County. I'm aware of the lack of data to ensure the safety of these structures is in the vicinity of our children, given the newness of much of the technology. I am also aware that there are studies that point to possible negative health effects. I do not believe the children of our county should be guinea pigs as experts study and learn about these effects. As a member of the Board of Education of Anne Arundel County, I will vote against the construction of cell phone towers on school grounds. From Linda Ruggiero, I would like to reach out to voice my strong opposition to the cell tower project at the local schools, Shadyside Elementary and Chesapeake High School. Please consider alternative sites. From Molly Owens, I write this letter to urge you to take the Shadyside cell tower project off the table. I would like to thank you for your time as I highlighted some reasons that I and many others are in opposition of this tower. I have opposed this since I received the first very poorly timed robocall. Now, during this time of uncertainty, we must deal with this again. Great timing, AACPS. While I would love to explain everything I find wrong with the timing, the transparency, and the position of the cell tower, I will keep it short to ensure my emotional opinions do not encumber the facts. Simply, there is not enough research to support the safety of RF waves towers give off. According to the American Cancer Society, quote, very few human studies have focused specifically on cell phone towers and cancer risks, end quote. You are gambling with the kids' safety and even their lives by putting this tower up. I have also found that the International Agency for Research on Cancer has classified RF fields as, quote, possibly carcinogenic to humans. Remember years ago when the EPA told us cigarettes were safe and asbestos was safe. The American Academy of Pediatrics also states, quote, that children may be sensitive to radiation in some or all parts of the electromagnetic spectrum, end quote. I am not anti-technology, nor am I anti-cell tower. However, I am for facts and simply stated the facts do not support the safety of a tower on school property. From Julia Ball, I'm a current resident of Shadyside. All 3 of my children attend Shadyside Elementary. I'm a former TSA and volunteer of Shadyside Elementary. The elementary school and the community needs this tower. There is no cell service in that building or most of the outside fields. Please do not deprive us of all the same kind of service that I'm sure all of you have at your homes. From Priscilla Smith, Shadyside, Maryland. I am a mother of 6 AAC school children. Last year, I was relieved that the board finally voted against putting a tower on our elementary school. Now, as we are all working to protect our children from this virus, the board has decided to bring the Shadyside Tower back up for vote. Strange timing. Last year, my community put so much effort into informing the board about the dangers of this type of radiation, especially to the smaller, growing brains of children. Peer-reviewed studies show that elementary school students who are exposed to high RF EMFR generated by MPBS had a significantly higher risk of type 2 diabetes mellitus relative to the counterparts who were exposed to lower RF radiation. I live right near Shadyside Elementary School and have always had great cell phone service. For those that say they need better cell service, that should not be the job of our school board, and school properties should not be used in this way. The wetlands of our Shadyside Elementary School should not be destroyed to put a cell tower. They should be used for nature exploration and science education. What are we teaching our children to value if we ignore the safety recommendations and destroy our school's wetlands? I hope that you are aware that Maryland became the first state in the nation to recommend a reduction of cell tower radiation in schools. In its report, the Maryland State Children's Environmental Health and Protection Advisory Council cited the U.S. National Toxicology Program findings of increased rates of rare malignant cancers in animals, as well as children's unique vulnerability to radiation. I do not think you are in a position to go against your own state's advisory council. Please vote for no towers near schools as a policy to protect our children. Thank you for your continued efforts to keep our schools safe. From Lisa Van Buskirk, I do not support cell tower sites on Anne Arundel County Public School property. The science calls into question the healthy and safety of such installations, or at least the need for more research. I would not volunteer AACPS students to be those research subjects. Will you? I would prefer, if we are going to lease AACPS property, that it be for solar power generation. My elementary, middle, and high school in California have had solar panels for at least 15 years on building roofs or above parking lots. They've been on my own roof in Edgewater for 12 years. Solar energy is safe and proven technology. Cell towers on school property are not. Please vote against placing cell towers on any AACPS property. From Taylor Rago, I currently reside on Lake Avenue in Shadyside. Recently, there was a storm that not only knocked out power, but dropped live wires across my car and knocked a tree into my neighbor's home. Without Wi-Fi, calling emergency services and getting on BGE's website was most impossible. I'm also distance learning and working from home due to the pandemic. Calls and classes and meetings are frequently interrupted due to poor service. Not having having a cell tower has been a safety issue, but is now interfering with people's income and education. I hope we can move forward and bring technology to the area. From Larry, various findings show the placement of Wi-Fi into schools around the county or around the country, and not uncommon placing of cell phone towers on schools may well both be a high-level threat to the health of children as well as a threat to teachers. See the following well-documented report, 8 distinct types of great harm caused by electromagnetic field exposures and mechanisms that cause them. Of particular interest is Chapter 4, EMFs, including Wi-Fi, may be particularly damaging to young people. Article discusses DNA damage following exposure with increased cell division, strongly suggesting they may be more susceptible to cancer following exposure. EMF action on stem cells may also cause young children to be particularly susceptible to disruption of brain development, something that might be relevant to autism causation. Of note, my wife and I lost a 44-year-old daughter to brain cancer last year, which we cannot definitively say was caused by EMF exposure, except that she was a strong cell phone user. Document written and compiled by Martin L. Paul, PhD professor. He's just giving a reference, and I'm happy to share that in electronic format.
From Peggy Williams, I'm a parent of Anne Arundel County school children and environmental scientist. I oppose cell tower construction near our schools due to the harmful and uncontrolled radio frequency radiation they emit, also known as microwave radiation, the same radiation used by Wi-Fi or wireless devices. Chronic levels of microwave exposure near cell towers have never been studied for long-term effects, nor have they been determined to be safe for children. In fact, given children's smaller size and thinner skulls, they are more at risk than adults. In addition to cell towers, all other devices surrounding our children emit this microwave radiation, so the exposure is cumulative. Additionally, our FCC safe exposure guidelines are outdated and many orders of magnitude greater than in other countries. As other countries are actively eliminating sources of microwave radiation in and near their schools, why are we continuing to put cell towers near ours? Microwave radiation is harmful to all living things. Here is a school experiment and informative video on microwave effects on plants. There's a link provided. Keep in mind this was one source, since all the other sources were blocked by the foil. Our kids are exposed to multiple sources in our schools. Please do not add cell towers. From Jessica O'Kane. Tomorrow my son turns 13. It is ironic that there is a board meeting dealing with the issue of cell towers on his birthday. Why do you ask? Well, on his 5th birthday, I, along with 110 neighbors, were attending a meeting with Milestone regarding a cell tower at Piney Orchard Elementary School. That proposed tower was overwhelmingly opposed by stakeholders. Contrary to what Len Forkas of Milestone said at the January 2020 board meeting, that his company has never had any problem until Shady sided with placing cell towers at schools in Anne Arundel County, Please find some of the history in opposition. In September of 2013, the Anne Arundel County Council proposed a bill by Jamie Benoit to ban cell towers on Anne Arundel County school property. The link provided. In March of 2015, by unanimous vote, the Anne Arundel County delegation passed a bill for a moratorium on cell towers on Anne Arundel County school property. Another link provided. However, surprisingly, it failed in the House's Ways and Means Committee. Another link provided. In July 2014, 19 people filed an appeal with the Maryland State Board of Education regarding 1, Anne Arundel County violation of Open Meetings Act in deciding to vote for the master lease agreement with Milestone. 2, whether allowing cell towers on school grounds was in violation of Section 4-114 of the Education Article. 3, if the answer to either is affirmative, whether the State Board of Education should rule the local action taken to lease school grounds for cell towers is null and void. According to the rules, the Maryland State Board of Education transferred the appeal to the Office of Administrative Hearings for review by an administrative law judge. The rest of it we will provide to you in writing. From Ginny Gibson. My name is Ginny Gibson. I am writing in support of the cell tower. I've been a local my whole life, 25 years, and currently my father, John Gibson, lives in Shadyside near the elementary school. It would be wonderful to get a hold of him every time I call, not just when his phone is positioned perfectly on the table to get service. Please put the tower in. Thank you so much for reading my email. From Natalie Van Dyke. I'm writing to express my concern and opposition over cell tower projects at our local schools, Shadyside Elementary and Chesapeake High School. Cell towers put our children's health in jeopardy and come with many risks that far outweigh the benefits. We need to protect our children and not place environmental hazards directly on school grounds. Thank you for taking time to hear my concerns as a tax-paying Anne Arundel County resident. I appreciate your consideration of alternative locations. From Jetta Earl Smith. I am a 15-year-old high school student in Anne Arundel County. Last year, I was thrilled that the board finally voted against putting a cell tower at the elementary school. But I was recently informed that the board has decided to bring the Shadyside Tower back up for vote. Just a year ago, my aunt died from a brain tumor. Multiple doctors told her that the cause of her tumor was cell phone radiation, the same type of radiation that comes from cell towers. I have 6 younger siblings, and I don't want them to get sick and die. I've already lost my aunt. We live right near Shadyside Elementary School, and not only do I worry about my own siblings, but I'm also worried about the kids at Shadyside Elementary. The school board is supposed to be there to help protect students and create a safe place for them to be. I have no idea why anyone would think that a cell tower should be near a school. The American Academy of Pediatrics, the largest U.S. medical association of pediatricians and pediatric specialists, recommends that the U.S. government tighten wireless exposure limits and that the public reduce children's exposure to cell phones and other devices that emit wireless radiation. This is a no-brainer. Keep cell towers away from kids. I ask the board to please keep with their mission and get out of the cell tower business. Please vote for no towers near schools. Thank you. From Jeffrey L. Calloway. I wish to urge you to weigh the important factor of life safety into your deliberations. In 2020, the majority of families living on the Shadyside Peninsula have no landlines. Reliable cell phone service is our only means to assure quick access in the event of a life-threatening emergency. The closest current tower is adjacent to the West River, and cellular service is intermittent for families living in the communities to the east of Shadyside Road. As proven most recently during the wind event on April 13th, it is dangerously unreliable in the event of an emergency. A lot that has been stated in opposition to placing this tower appears to be based on irrational fears of the word radiation. Electromagnetic radiation exists across a broad spectrum of energy, from high-frequency, high-energy, harmful ionizing radiation sources like X-rays and microwaves, to low-frequency, low-energy, benign, non-ionizing radiation sources, which include cell towers. I would like to enter study papers by the NIH and the FCC into the record, stating, quote, measurements made near typical cellular and PCS sites have shown that ground-level power densities are well below the exposure limits recommended by RF/microwave safety standards, unquote. Please use this opportunity as a teachable moment based on science, not fear. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration. From Randy Williams. Why do you need a forest conservation declaration if you already have a healthy forest? Answer, to help Milestone check a box for permitting. Last year, they attempted an exception to this and they did not get it. I am writing to oppose the construction of a cell tower at Shadyside Elementary School. The wetlands and forests surrounding the school demonstrate an ecosystem that demands continued protection and preservation and a future educational use. In order to have a forest conservation, there must first be forest destruction. In order for a forest conservation to occur at Shadyside Elementary, there must be a loss of a ball field, the only ball field left on the property. With the construction of the kindergarten wing in 2018, over 1/3 of the play area is now covered with a fire lane, water-saving retaining pond, and shrubs and bushes. How can you consider allowing a schoolyard to be diminished to allow destruction of protected forest and wetlands? As a result of COVID-19, social distance learning will need to incorporate every extra space opportunity, and the healthiest option is outdoor learning. Southern High School has created an outdoor learning area, and all other schools need to create this same space. Taking precious land away is not in the interest of children during this challenging time. So consider the land to provide protection to our wildlife that is so important to the Chesapeake Bay and additional learning space for a successful, healthy outdoor education land. In order to destroy the land that is targeted to construct the cell tower, a driveway needs to be constructed that will destroy a large area of additional wooded wetland that is underwater along Idlewild Road almost all year long. Along with this wetland is a lack of proper drainage, and adding a driveway will create more standing water that is prevented from exiting the site. To create this driveway will mean neighbors just east of the proposed site will have a massive flooded yards all year long and no ability to move this water. Just as Houston now will flood forever, Shadyside has some very fragile areas that are underwater year-round. We'll provide the rest to you in writing. From Patricia Mathis, I was a teacher for 40 years and have never heard of placing a harmful structure such as a cell tower on or around school grounds. Who is benefiting from this? Certainly not the children. With all the precautions the board has in place, including shutting schools down from the coronavirus, how could you even dare think of putting up a probably, if not most assuredly, harmful structure on school property? Is someone getting a kickback here? Because this action makes no sense to me. Why is the board willing to take a chance with our children's future health? Verizon is certainly not looking out for our children. That is the job of the board. Do no harm. From Julia Howes, I am in favor of the Shadyside Elementary project and urging the board members to move forward. This project has now been debated on for 3 years and has unfairly been postponed, paused, and dragged out for no reason. The pause was created to evaluate other potential properties, and all of those potentials have been eliminated. The lot behind the school has always been and remains the best solution. We need the cell tower now more than ever. Families and residents are teleworking, e-learning, and even getting telehealth appointments. We are relying on cell coverage and technology more than ever. Fellow residents and I have heard that a local political conservation organization is a legal Protestant of AACPS. They may be protesting the decision made by the board and may have already begun legal action against the school. If any board member has formed an alliance with this organization or is publicly promoting or organizing with, they are in direct violation of the oath they took as a board member and are negligent of their duties. I hope all members of the board are able to demonstrate independence, to represent at all times the students, staff, and families, and for us to be able to trust they always represent our school community over any special interest group, especially one that has portrayed to be a legal protestant in anticipation of taking legal action against the school. Vote today for the tower. For Rita Quigley, I am a resident of Shadyside. I work at Shadyside Elementary School. I am in support of the tower being constructed on the lot near the school. Many of the residents that live in the communities near the school have no cell service, and the school has little to none. Any emergency situation could be dire because of the lack of service. I have spoken with several families that have called 911 only to be connected with the Eastern Shore or Lexington Park and then being rerouted to Shadyside, losing precious life-saving moments. During these times, cell service is essential. The school has very little connectivity, and again, in an urgent care situation, time is of the essence. Not only is it a safety concern, there are educational concerns as well. There are many educational tools that cell phones can provide in the classroom, which we can't use at Shadyside. With the new way of e-learning and the changes we might see in the future, cell service is critical for learning and connecting with families. Thank you.
From Ginger Holliday. To all members of the board, concerning the cell tower at Shadyside Elementary School, please consider Chapter 42, U.S. Code, Section 1983. Holds you legally and personally responsible for damages to the health of the students and local citizens at that location. Myself and many others have clearly and repeatedly given you vast scientific evidence that describes the dangers of the radiation at such sites. We have done so in person as well as written documents and emails, all documented through videos and correspondence. Placing a cell tower at that site will place the legal liability squarely on your shoulders, as county insurance has strictly forbidden its underwriting. Placing it would demonstrate recklessness, indifference to the dangers that have been more than adequately presented, regardless of competing opinions on the subject. In quote, every person who under color of any statute, ordinance, regulation, custom, or usage of any state or territory or the District of Columbia subjects or causes to be subjected any citizen of the United States or other person within the jurisdiction thereof to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured by the Constitution and laws shall be liable to the party injured in an action at law, suit in equity, or other proper proceedings for redress, except that in any action brought against a judicial officer for an act or omission taken in such officer's judicial capacity, injunctive release shall not be granted unless a declaratory decree was violated or declaratory relief was unavailable. For the purposes of this section, any act of Congress applicable exclusively to the District of Columbia shall be considered to be the statute of the District of Columbia, end quote. That's Chapter 42 U.S. Code, Section 1983. The rest will be sent to you electronically. From John Earl, I implore you to prevent Milestone Corporation to place a cell phone tower at Shadyside Elementary School. Our schools should not be in the cell phone business. And as Kevin Maxwell wrote in a letter to PG County School Board member, quote, I concur with you that Milestone Communications has not met our desired standards of transparency, communication, and community engagement. Your displeasure with their process, which we share with you, has been clearly communicated to Milestone Communications, end quote. Our community has seen this problem firsthand. I also think it is important to note that Prince George's County and Montgomery County no longer allow cell towers to be built on elementary grounds. I'm very concerned about the health effects on my children, wife, and neighbors who will be exposed 24/7 to the microwave radiation from the cell phone tower, and also the very young elementary school children who will spend countless hours in the shadow of that tower. A phone can be turned off, but a cell tower cannot. Many countries around the globe are putting out public warnings, especially toward exposure to young children, because the long-term effects of their developing bodies and brains isn't well known. Many countries don't even allow Wi-Fi in daycare centers or elementary schools until more research is done. There are legitimate peer-reviewed studies published in the past year that show strong evidence of harmful effects to humans from microwave radiation. From Amanda Spate, the science surrounding the dangers of cell tower radiation, particularly to children, is evolving and incomplete. Studies in this country are difficult to find. However, studies by scientists in Germany, Australia, and Israel all report higher rates of cancer, including childhood leukemia, among those living 1,100 feet of cell phone tower. With a nation, including Anne Arundel County, suffering from a global pandemic, do we really need to add more poorly understood health risks to our community? I think not. I hope you will oppose locating this tower at Shadyside Elementary School. From Mike Shea, the 28 words of Eric Grannon's motion of December 19, 2018, in the 6-3 vote, quote, the motion is the superintendent take all action necessary to pause the placement of the cell tower at Shadyside Elementary until further direction from the board otherwise, end quote. Through persistence in finally getting a well overdue Maryland Public Information request from AACPS's information officer, we obtained over 200 pages of emails that blow the whistle showing the continued and inappropriate assistance that has corrupted our school administration and misdirected schools' resources. I have been through over 200 pages of emails obtained through our Maryland Public Information request and have categorized them into 9 areas that demonstrate and illustrate what has been going on behind the Shadyside community's back and, importantly, your back. These released emails, I believe, showcase efforts to lobby on behalf of Milestone Communications, asking for reduced fees, helping them rule out alternative sites, pushing for forced easement acceptance, attempting to show projects as revenue producers without even considering school administration costs to administer, and minimizing public participation in the process. Having school administration staff go rogue is a management problem, a misallocation of resources, and a distraction away from the mission of education. It is time to have process, transparency, and honesty included in the mission of educating our children. Our organization recommends that you stop doing future business with Milestone Communications, as other counties have decided, and focus on educating our children with the new challenges before us. From Scout Earl. My name is Scout Earl Smith. I live in Shadyside, Maryland. I am 8 years old and in 3rd grade. I came last year to testify in front of the school board to ask that you not build a cell tower at Shadyside Elementary. I love playing outside and do not want to be playing underneath a cell tower. The radiation from the tower can hurt me and also the animals that live in the woods and on our farm. I love playing with frogs that live in the wetlands. I'm so sad that you would want to take away those wetlands in order to put a cell tower there. I don't need a cell tower to learn and grow. I hope you will help me stop this tower, and I really hope you will listen to me and think about all the kids in Shadyside that need you to protect them. From Teresa Hardman. I am writing regarding the emerging risks associated with wireless antennas being installed on or near school buildings. These antennas emit high levels of radio frequency microwave radiation to which students, teachers, and staff are exposed throughout the school day. Independent researchers have published thousands of peer-reviewed scientific studies documenting serious adverse health impacts from exposure to wireless radiation, ranging from neurological or behavioral problems to cancer. According to the International Agency for Research on Cancer, children absorb up to 10 times more wireless radiation in the bone marrow of the skull compared to adults due to their thinner skulls and higher brain conductivity. Teachers and staff who are pregnant or may become pregnant are also at high risk from wireless radiation exposure. Wireless companies claim their antennas and other wireless equipment meet all Federal Communications Commission exposure guidelines, and that may be true, but the guidelines themselves are almost 25 years out of date and are not designed to protect children. The lack of federal guidance on protecting children and the public from exposures to wireless radiation leaves school boards and administrators without the responsibility to do whatever possible to ensure that our children, teachers, and staff are safe with this increasingly wireless world. I know that you share my concern for the safety, health, and well-being of everyone in our schools, and I urge you to vigorously oppose any effort to place wireless antennas on or near our schools. From Pilot Earl Smith. I'm against the Shadyside cell phone tower and the cell towers and 5G at schools. You are making choices that will affect my generation. You didn't grow up with cell towers all over the place, did you? I am a 13-year-old boy, and I have chosen to have a cell phone. I have the right to protect myself, and you should not be able to force me or other children to be subject to harmful radiation. I love sailing, sports, theater, and nature. I find it very demeaning that you would not consider our health and assume that because we are young, you can exploit or our trust and innocence. I love science and have read many of the published scientific research regarding RF dangers. And how many hours of your time has been spent researching peer-reviewed literature on this subject? Do you think that you are qualified to make a decision that could cost me or my life, or my health and happiness in my future? Are you willing to take the risk for all children in Anne Arundel County? Scientists and doctors all over the world are warning of the dangers of RF radiation. Children should be able to trust the school board's intentions. School property should not be up for sale to the highest bidder. You really should be ashamed of yourselves for even considering this proposal. I was told that you work for the people, the kids, and me. I hope that you keep that in mind. From James Cullenmember. I am a junior at Southern High School and live in Shadyside. I've been doing online learning for the past 2 months as well as working at Shadyside Market. I have Wi-Fi. At home, we have Wi-Fi. There have been 2 times that the power has gone out in the middle of my classes. Once it was out for a few hours, another time just for a few minutes. This interrupted my class. I couldn't finish either one because I could not get in to load on my cell phone because we don't have good enough cell service at my house. When I am at work, there is no cell service. I want to watch some of my classes during breaks I have at work, and it will not work. This has been a real problem for me. I'm in advanced and AP classes. I have an AP test tomorrow, and if there is a power problem, I will not be able to take it. From Chris Guy, Anne Arundel County is one of the most densely populated counties in the state, yet the Shadyside Peninsula is underserved by cell service. Cell service infrastructure has become a necessity in the modern economy. Given the poor coverage and known dead spots, it is difficult to argue that the Shadyside Peninsula does not need a cell tower. This is particularly true during the current pandemic when so many people are working from home and children are distance learning. We know that there are children in Shadyside that do not have access to internet or cell service and are being left out of online learning as we debate this issue. The only question remains, do we use existing infrastructure resources in an environmentally and economically responsible manner or not? So much of our public money must now be spent on the public health COVID-19 response, and is nearly certain that if the cell tower is not placed at Shadyside Elementary School, this revenue will not be made up somewhere else. In addition, allowing Milestone to site the tower somewhere other than Shadyside Elementary School will likely create greater environmental impacts. Placing the cell tower at Shadyside Elementary School is environmentally and economically responsible government. Having equitable access to resources is extremely important to all people in Anne Arundel County. Samantha Polito, I am writing to express my concern for the lack of decent cell service in Shadyside. I don't understand why it keeps getting delayed when there is such an immense here on our peninsula. I grew up in Shadyside and went to the schools here. I am a full-time college student giving back at home now in Shadyside, continuing my education online while my college is shut down. Trying to adapt to remote learning has been a nightmare here. I am in class online several hours a day, and that is just not working in this area. My connection gets dropped from my classes many times during instruction, and I miss valuable content from my professor. All of my classwork, homework, and testing is done online, and it is extremely difficult to accomplish with such poor Wi-Fi connections. My college is saying that this type of learning could possibly continue next year. I'm worried about how I'm going to be able to handle that without more Wi-Fi options. Of course, the cell phone capability is a joke too. I can't believe in 2020, when so much of our life is now required to be online, that there is even a debate over whether to provide this community with better cell phone and Wi-Fi service. As the Board of Education, please help the students, no matter what age, be able to utilize the educational options that are available to them. Thank you.
So in the last batch of comments I read to the board, I read you testimony from Randy Williams that should have been placed in the next item on the forest conservation. So in fairness, I will read you the applicable portion of Ms. Williams' testimony for this item. In August of 2017, Shadyside residents witnessed Milestone Corporation President Len Forkas respond to a fifth grader from Shadyside Elementary School. She asked how he would guarantee she would be safe from cancer. He answered, when my son was 9 years old, in the third grade, he was diagnosed with leukemia. He went to a school where there was a cell tower. The International Association of Firefighters' position on locating cell towers, commercial wireless infrastructure on fire department facilities, as adopted by its membership in August 2004, quote, is that the IAFF opposed the use of fire stations as base stations for towers and/or antennas for the conduction of cell phone transmissions until a study with the highest scientific merit and integrity on health effects of exposure to low-intensity RF/MW radiation is conducted, and it is proven that such sightings are not hazardous to the health of our members, end quote. The only logical, humane, safe alternative to a cell tower location is away from children, away from a school, and away from a ball field and playground. When you are gathering information about alternative sites away from Shadyside Elementary School, ask yourself, why are we in the business of helping an industry place a cell tower? Shouldn't we be focused on educational efforts? Is the first priority of this Board of Education of the children of AACPS, or is the main priority of this board to foster the telecom industry? There are those who are promoting this site have always expressed the need for better cell service. This is also not the mission of a school system. It is not the responsibility of AACPS, especially during a pandemic, to assure that private homes and communities have Wi-Fi for distance learning. AACPS has done a tremendous job providing equipment to families who need the tools for distance learning. For those parents at homes without Wi-Fi access, there are usually a few root causes for this lack of Wi-Fi access. We'll provide the rest of that to you in writing. From Robert Howes, I'm a parent at Shadyside. I went to Shadyside Elementary and have lived in Shadyside almost all of my life. As a parent, I will do anything to protect my child. I did my own research and determined that as a parent, I am okay with a cell tower being at my child's school. My child is allowed to use electronics, and those are probably worse than what the cell tower will do. I have watched the ridiculous fighting back and forth over the past 3 years. I have watched people argue and use force to get what they wanted. This is not what I want for my child. It's time for all the fighting to stop and for Shadyside to get the cell tower installed. We need it right now and for the future. From Nancy Holliday, I am the grandmother of 2 students at Shadyside Elementary. Please vote no for the cell tower to be placed there. From Larry Kress, I have children that attend Shadyside Elementary. I am vehemently opposed to the prospect of having a cell tower installed in such close proximity to the elementary school. There is ample property to choose from in the Shadyside area to expand cell service without placing our children at risk. The idea that the Anne Arundel School Board would place financial gain above the health and safety of our children is abhorrent. I implore you to vote no for the placement of the cell tower at Shadyside Elementary School. From Francis Borchardt, please do not put the cell tower in Shadyside. It will destroy the view from land and sea. They are very ugly no matter how you try to hide or cover them. I also have concerns about placing the tower in the school parking lot. Surely there is more appropriate location in land like Sands Road or Route 2. From John Holliday, I have 2 grandchildren at Shadyside Elementary School. Please vote no to the cell tower. From Amanda Rathel, I vote no for the cell tower at Shadyside Elementary School. From Latika Hicks, first, I want to thank you for your time and careful consideration of many issues that have come before you since the COVID-19 outbreak. I appreciate your vote for grading option 3. I thought it was the most equitable, flexible, and compassionate option available for all impacted and concerned. I am writing to you today to ask that you put the health and safety of the students of Anne Arundel County first by not supporting the placement of any cell towers, mini cells, or antennas on public school property. The public school system has many needs and barely enough resources to meet those needs. This pandemic has brought to the forefront the school system's reliance on technology. Although our schools face numerous challenges, we must not allow ourselves to fall victim to commercial enterprises like Milestone Communications. Instead, we must prioritize our children's health, welfare, and futures by choosing an alternate site in a safe distance from the schools. There is more than enough evidence to be concerned about the potential health risk from cell towers. As stated by one doctor, radio frequencies emitted from mobile phone towers will have deleterious medical effects to people within the near vicinity, according to a large body of scientific literature. Babies and children will be particularly sensitive to the mutagenic and carcinogenic effects of the radio frequency radiation. It is therefore criminal to place one of these aerials on or near a school. Helen Caldecott, MD, pediatrician and co-founder of Physicians for Social Responsibility. I am respectfully requesting that you protect the children and families of this county by not allowing the installation of cell towers at Shadyside Elementary, Chesapeake High School, or any other school property in our district. From Dawn Zebron, President of the Board, members of the Board, Dr. Arlotto. My name is Dawn Zebron. I am a resident of Anne Arundel County. I have a daughter and many family members that attend schools all over this county. I am opposed to cell towers on any of our school grounds. There is an enormous amount of peer review, evidence-based science published showing clear cause of concern for the health and safety of developing brains of our students. Certainly enough to take a precautionary approach. I urge this board to concentrate on the mission of educating our students, not supplying cellular service to the surrounding community, while putting our children and future generations at risk. Stop the construction of cell towers near our schools. From Joanna Bach-Tobin. I am Joanna Bach-Tobin, parent of a senior at Annapolis High School, vice president of the PTA there, and a candidate for the Board of Education in District 6. I am writing to urge you to vote against construction of a cell tower on the grounds of Shadyside Elementary or any other school grounds. To do so would risk our children's safety and send a very bad message to them that their schools are to be used for profit. The World Health Organization has determined that there are potential carcinogenic risks from cell tower radiation. That alone should be enough to stop this in its tracks. Any decision rendered by the Board of Education must be, first and foremost, based on the assurance that it will do no harm to our children. A decision to build cell towers on school grounds cannot rest on that assurance. In addition, students should be able to trust that the decisions the adults in their community make about their schools are made on the basis of the student's physical, emotional, and educational best interests, not revenue. A vote to build cell towers on school grounds must necessarily erode that trust. I understand that it may require more work to find alternative sites for cell towers to provide better service in South County, but surely our children's health is worth that. Thank you for your consideration.
From Dirk Schwank. Dear Board, I represent the South Anne Arundel Citizens for Responsible Development. With respect to the project noted above, please consider this letter as testimony from that organization submitted in response to the May 20, 2020 agenda from 4.04 Shadyside Elementary School Cell Tower Project. Sacred has been actively engaged on this issue for years, including attending public hearings and school board meetings on the topic. For a number of reasons, the board should not take up this issue on the May 20th, 2020 meeting. First, the board website as of 11:30 a.m. on May 19th, 2020 shows this as a closed session. This designation can only be used for very specific purposes, none of which are applicable to the Shadyside Elementary Cell Phone Tower Project. By notifying the public that the session is closed, it defeats the purpose of open meetings law, which requires adequate notice. This is how the website appears at the moment, and there's a picture attached. Presumably, this is a typographic error since the agenda, which is linked on a separate page, shows an open meeting. This does not change the open meeting analysis, however. The main board page, which the public relies on for notices concerning open meetings, shows only a closed session. Second, the agenda provides no substance for what will be discussed, stating only Shadyside Elementary School Cell Tower Project. How can reasonable public comment be provided if the public is not provided any notice of what's being considered? There's more that we will send electronically. From Barbara and Hugh Cassidy. Sirs, every time I pass the beautiful sign, quote, Building Bright Futures in Maryland, quote, we get angry. What a paradox wanting to erect a cell tower in the same yard. What kind of future do our children have to look forward to? Global warming, the environment trashed, a federal government totally disregarding all common sense, mass shootings, unknown viruses, and now you want to bombard their young minds with dangerous radiation. Please go build your cell tower elsewhere, not in our children's neighborhood. Why is the most vulnerable population always at risk? From India Oaks. Good evening, India Oaks parent and Board of Education candidate. I will keep this public comment short since I have additional testimony under Agenda 4.06, but I wanted to go on record once again in opposition of placing a cell tower at Shadyside Elementary School. I actually feel bad that this is the fourth, maybe fifth time that I have sent many of the same board members emails with an expanding list of studies indicating the potential health risks of the cell tower placement on school property, along with statistics showing that such placements are more likely to occur at locations with more minorities and higher number of students qualified for free and reduced lunches. You all know the data by now, so please take action to put health and welfare over economics, which are minimum at that, and officially stop the placement of a cell tower at Shadyside Elementary, in favor of one of the other options, such as the dredge site. In closing, as a reminder, given the current contract required milestone, seek approval from the board for each placement. It means no request is automatic, and the board has right to say yes or no on any requested location. So please do not waver from your past position and say no to the placement at Shadyside Elementary School. Thank you. From Megan Jackson. The construction of a cell tower on the grounds of Shadyside Elementary School is an inappropriate use of land on the Shadyside Peninsula. The land in this area should be preserved to benefit students and the community at large. Thank you. That concludes our public comment.
Thank you. I'm gonna give a second for the screen to restore, and then we will resume. Okay, great. As I previously suggested, next we are going to hear the outcome of the board's request, and there was information provided with the agenda items already to board members. So at this point, I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Olano and his staff.
Thank you, Mrs. Corkadell. and Mr. Sheknovich has joined us to share the information with you, and we can take board questions regarding the item that's before you and the cell tower at Shadyside Elementary School.
Good evening. My name is Alex Sheknovich, and I'm Chief Operating Officer for Anne Arundel County Schools, here to present item 4.04 for your consideration. It is an action item tonight regarding Shadyside Elementary School, the cell phone tower project. Milestone Communication proposes to construct a 114-foot wireless monopole at Shadyside Elementary School as part of the approved telecommunication leasing master agreement. At its January 8th, 2020 meeting, the board resolved to respond to the county executive's request of January 7th in the affirmative that the county executive explore other alternative sites for the proposed cell tower other than Shadyside Elementary School. Attached are the alternate sites that were explored by the county and reviewed in detail at a meeting held on February 4th at the Arundel Center. The board should have received an exhibit that contains both a map, a graphical representation of the sites that were explored, as well as a table with details regarding each of those four. So I will walk through those items. The first site that was explored was Shadyside Park. Shadyside Park is a 16-acre parcel located at 1355 East-West Shadyside Road. Shadyside Park is protected land as purchased with state program open space and or federal land and water conservation funds. Shadyside Park is in the critical area. It is in a designated floodplain. It is not in a designated wetlands. The second site that we reviewed was a piece of private property that the county government has leased a small portion of for a boat launch. That piece of property is at 4804 Atwell Road. It's a 7-acre piece of property that's, again, privately owned, not owned by the county. It is a historic property and listed on the Maryland Inventory of Historic Properties. The property is located in a critical area. It is not located in a designated floodplain, and it is not located in a designated wetland. The third property that was reviewed by the county executive and other county government officials was site number 3. It is a dredge site. It's important to note that the compliance with the 200-foot setback from the residential property provision would require that the tower be placed in the center of the property where it has the spoils piles and where active dredging operations are ongoing. The dredge site at 4920 Idlewild Road is approximately a 12-acre site. It is located in a critical area. It is not in a designated floodplain zone, but it is in a designated wetland area. The fourth location that was reviewed by the county executive and his team was the Jack Creek Park site. Jack Creek Park site is located at 1600 Snug Harbor Road. It's about a 58-acre site that, once again, is protected land. It was purchased with state program open space and our federal land and water conservation funding. Jack Creek Park is in the critical area. It is also in a designated floodplain, and it is in a designated wetland area. And finally, just to juxtapose those 4 sites that were explored by the county executive and his team, is the Shadyside Elementary School depicted as site number 5 on the graphic. Shadyside Elementary School is located at 4859 Atwell Road. It's a 17-acre site. It is not located in a critical area. It is not located in a designated floodplain, and is not located in a designated wetland. That brings to a conclusion the exhibits that were utilized and prepared in the review by the county government. And I believe the county government has provided you, Madam President, with a response regarding their review.
That is correct. And I'm going to ask Ms. Howe to read it at this time. Ms. Howe?
Thank you. Honorable Michelle Corkadell. After the Board of Education's vote on January 8th, 2020, the county executive instructed the appropriate county staff to explore if there is county-owned land available to serve as an alternative to Shadyside Elementary for the placement of a tower to provide increased cellular service to the Shadyside Peninsula. As my email on January 7th, 2020 indicated, County Executive Pittman believes that the gaps in cellular service on the Shadyside Peninsula need to be closed. The county executive asked staff from the Department of Planning and Zoning, the Department of Public Works, and the Department of Recreation and Parks to investigate 4 sites in the proximity of Shadyside Elementary School for the potential placement of a cell tower. Their analysis determined that from the county's perspective, the 2 most viable sites are Jack Creek Park and Shadyside Park. However, Jack Creek Park has project open space restriction on its deed, and Shadyside Park has both project open space and land and water conservation fund restrictions on its deed. To place a commercial cell tower on either location would require converting the project open space or the land and water conservation funds restrictions to a different piece of county-owned land. Staff informed the county executive that this process would take up to 2 to 3 years and is both labor-intensive and costly. The county executive is not willing to spend taxpayer resources to undergo this conversion process. This being the case, our analysis determined that there is not a county-owned site that is currently available as an alternative for the placement of a cell tower. The result was discussed at a February 3rd, 2020 meeting between the county executive, AACPS staff, and representatives of the telecommunications industry. Sincerely, James Kitchen, Office of the County Executive, Director of Community Engagements and Constituent Services.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howe. Greatly appreciated. And I'll just say on behalf of the board how much I appreciate the county executive honoring the request of the board and being willing to reach out and work closely with our staff. And so I think at this time, there is one point of information was brought to my attention. As some of you may know, Delegate Seth Howard is the state delegate assigned to the Shadyside Corridor. And I did have he did bring to my attention during a in-person in brief conversation and asked me to share with the board members a couple thoughts that he had on the cell tower before we conclude the information section as information as such and similar. And he wanted the board members just to remind him a little history on his side that about 5 years ago, this was before the state. And one of the things that he worked really hard for was to ensure that the processes, such as demonstrated in our policy here, has the opportunity for all the members to speak out, and that he has been following this closely and listening and considering all concerns, and that it is evident to him and from his constituent service team that there is broad support for this and appreciates the reservations and considerations, but feels that that public participation has been fulfilled. And it is obvious that the majority of the residents would prefer to have the cell tower on the property at this time. And so with that, I'm going to open up for questions and answers as we decided or discussed from board members to staff concerning the information provided. And then after that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Live and Ms. Hummer in that order as this was their request. So with that stated, do we have any questions? If anyone wants to raise their hand. If I have a preponderance, what I will end up doing is opening us up to roll call. Right now I have, okay, I am going to have several. So I'm going to take this in roll call order, starting with Ms. Ellis, if she has any questions to the staff. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. Mr. Cheknovich, thank you for walking us through that. Can you, just in layman's terms, tell us what the concerns, what you highlighted each property and said that it was or was not a critical area, a wetland, or a floodplain. So what is a critical area? In other words, what are the concerns with each of those that you mentioned that caused you to highlight those?
Generally, those are areas that are reviewed for applicability to development. And so there's various regulatory requirements associated with various land utilization and environmental components of properties. So when properties are reviewed by the various regulatory agents, they are taking a look at that property to see if it comports with the applicable regulations. Again, could they be land use, could it be environmental, et cetera. So the certain portions of the state and in particular surrounding the bay and its tributaries are designated as critical areas for environmental preservation. So that's critical areas. Similarly, floodplains are areas that are known and are designated to be prone to flooding. And wetlands are environmentally sensitive areas, typically where natural habitats are sought to be preserved within those wetlands.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I don't have more questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ellis. I'm gonna just to make sure I'm not missing. Okay. Next is Ms. Schulheim. Ms. Schulheim?
Yeah. So just because it's in the, I have a question, and thank you in advance for entertaining them about the West River property. That's a developed piece of property in a critical area. So I just want to make sure I understand. Just because it's in a critical area doesn't mean that it can't sustain something like a monopole, correct? It's just a different process under which to get to that.
Yeah, the West River property was developed in and during World War II. It was a research site for the military, particularly with the Navy. So that site is in fact developed just as you indicated, but it well precedes most of the modern day environmental and other land use constraints that you and I find ourselves in today.
Right, but just because it's in the critical area doesn't mean it cannot be further developed, correct? It's just, it goes through another set of hoops. That's a yes or no?
Yes, there is a process that one would go through to determine whether the Critical Area Commission would grant approval for a particular project within a critical area.
Okay, so I have some things to say about this, as you all might imagine, so I'm just going to get started. So obviously, as you all know from the beginning of this meeting, I respectfully disagree with the timing of bringing this very contentious issue back before the board in the middle of a global health crisis. On April 1st, there were 1,985 cases in Maryland with 258 in Anne Arundel County. Today, there are 42,323 cases in Maryland, 3,033 in Anne Arundel County, and 137 deaths. The situation has become more dire for nearly all of our residents who are trying to balance e-learning, unemployment, financial uncertainty, and staying healthy. And not being able to be face-to-face with the public who provide testimony to ask questions, etc., is not the same thing as reading 250 words into the record. This is not fair to the public. Our only concern always, but especially now, should be our students, period. Even discussing this issue shows how far out of whack our priorities are, and this is not a good look. This agenda item is not milk. It does not have an expiration date. Our master agreement doesn't put timelines on our decision and gives us wide authority to approve or reject proposals, even if they are or have completed the permitting process. This one hasn't, by the way. This project has not been approved for a permit, and the other hasn't applied yet. These are not time-sensitive issues. When will our children and their education be first? This is not business as usual, not at all. Our constituents are hurting. Our students are hurting. This is not the right time for this. So some might think that this is time to get back to business, but I completely disagree. We need to be spending all of our time talking about our students, education, recovery, and the lasting effects of this crisis on our students, teachers, and community. This is not the time to ram through a project that has zero positive benefit to our children and could turn out to be harmful. Remember when lead and asbestos were once safe until we learned better? I believe the same is true with cell towers. And as of January, the school system had only grossed roughly $567,000 over the life of all milestone projects, or 0.4% of 1 year's budget. This is a fact, yet the meeting minutes for the next agenda item paint a different, misleading picture. If we move forward with this greenfield site will be forever unusable to our children, and we are giving away this land for free. I understand that we are bound to look for sites in support of the FCC, but that doesn't mean we have to choose this site. And in fact, the critical area is, I don't want people to be misled by this. You can, in fact, build on these things that goes through a different permitting process. So what I see here is the failure to properly evaluate these sites. If Milestone had done this research 2.5, 3 years ago, then we would know that some of these other sites are in fact available, including the two evaluated as most feasible by the county executive. It's just a different regulatory process. So I want to be clear with everyone on this. And also let's talk about Wi-Fi signals and cell signals in buildings. It's the building envelope. They're built to be bunkers. You don't get cell service in very many of them at all. And that includes every single one of them in my neighborhood as well. That's the high school, the middle school, and the elementary school in my neighborhood. So it's not the lack of cell service in the area, it's the building envelope. Even if you had cell service, you couldn't get it inside anyway. I do have one last question though. So I just want to fact check just one thing I heard that was read into the record. So this question is for President Corkadell. One of the bits of testimony read seemed to quote some of us. I guess this was one of the great many questionnaires we filled out as candidates, and so I wanted to see if those words were your words, if they were accurate or not.
Is that a question to answer now, Ms. Schallheim? Because we were in Q&A with the staff before we were going into debate on any issue, but I'm happy to point you to their Facebook site for the entirety of it, because another portion of my testimony also included my recognition of federal regulations and the Department of Homeland Security and our obligation of oath of office. So a portion of it, I do not have it up in front of me, but I do believe that the Stop Cell Tower group that you on Facebook that you are a part of did already publish that, and I would encourage you to thusly look at the entire record.
Okay,
I don't have it in front of me though.
A lot of us are members of lots and lots of groups online. I also want to point just one more thing.
I just noticed you had posted to that group as recently as a couple of days ago, and your information was also published on there. But so I guess my answer is I don't have it in front of me, but what sounded like a portion of my statement, and I have nothing further to say to you.
Yep. So we're members of lots and lots of different Facebook groups. I posted that that a portion of our agenda was going to be addressed in this meeting, and invited people to submit testimony if they chose to do so. And I posted that on both of my social media sites and on a variety of other places, including that group. I'm not sorry about that. So the other thing I wanted to say is that, we talked also about like the plight of our students and our families are struggling, et cetera. And that again, just to me illustrates like the ill timing of this. So I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm a solid, unmovable no on this. And I just want us to consider our priorities and our children's future, and the fact that we don't know everything about whether this is harmful or safe or not. And then we also cannot build, we can't restore a greenfield site once this is erected. It's clear to me that there are other sites that are possible, both via different regulatory and permitting processes. And I would hope that we would make the right decision and vote no on this. All right, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schallheim. I do appreciate the question. I do not have the information in front of me to answer it. Next is we have Ms. Antwine. Ms. Antwine, did you have any questions for the staff at this time?
Yeah, I actually have a couple of questions for the staff. The first question, thank you first of all for coming back with this information and presenting it as you have. It answered many of the questions that we posed back in 2018. But my question is, what is the hold up on the permit from the county? The county has, from what I understand, has had almost 2 years to approve the permit for the construction of this cell phone tower. Can you expound upon that, please?
Certainly, that's easy. On December of 2018, the Board of Education voted in a public session to pause, and therefore the county regulatory authorities essentially stopped reviewing the project in earnest.
But Mr. Shaknovitz, that was a question I posed back in 2018. And even at that time, the permit was on hold or not being moved. So I'm trying to understand why it was ever put on hold, even before we took office. The pause, I want to emphasize as well, was so that we could gather this information that we're receiving now. It was not to pause anything the county was doing. We don't even have that authority. So I'm trying to understand realistically what the holdup in the county was in terms of that permit, which is still not approved. And even with this pause, they could have moved forward and given them the permit. And then once the pause is up, they can move forward successfully. So I was trying to see if it's something. So what I'm trying to understand what the holdup is with the permit.
Quite simply, two answers to that. One is the very next item on your agenda later this evening. The project site development plan, the building and grading permits were all reviewed as far as they could have been, up to the point where the two things, up to where the Board of Education would need to entertain the item that's going to be attached to your agenda as the very next item, which is that forest conservation item. And then secondly, the resolution to the pause. There are no other holdups or impediments to that project absent the very next item of your agenda this evening and your resolution to your pause.
And the next agenda item has not been presented to the board prior to 2018, to December 2018?
That's correct, because the project was not at that stage yet at that time. So projects sort of go in a linear or sequential fashion. So prior to that December date, that agenda item that will be the next agenda item this evening potentially had not yet been made a requirement or submitted to the regulators.
Okay, and then my next question would be concerning the agreement that was originated in 2012 and amended again by the Board of Education and signed off by the president and the superintendent of schools in 2017, extending the agreement with Milestone Communications for these projects until 2022. So with us as the new board, if we decide to terminate this agreement, then we put ourselves in a legal bind, or what position are we then in if we choose not to move forward at all with Milestone?
Well, you've got a contract, so contracts have term and conditions that need to be adhered to, and contracts generally rely on both parties operating in good faith and concert. That's the one piece. The second piece is there are some fairly robust federal statutes that obligate a Board of Education to analyze and participate in a process to resolve telecommunication deficiencies.
Okay, thank you. Finally, I'm looking at this as an action item. Is the action to request that the pause be lifted? What is the request tonight, Dr. Arlotto?
Actually, I need to answer that, Candace, because they are responding to our action. If you recall, in January, Mr. Live had suggested a holdback on his original motion on this agenda item based on the information that the county executive basically has offered to provide this information to us. And Mr. Grannon there then motioned the request to the county executive's office, which we processed immediately. And Mr. Live had wanted to hear this information before reserving his right to decide that. So we are still in the information portion, and that has not been decided. As with many items of our board, we have an obligation to respond to information that we receive, and so he has chosen to do so. Not to speak on his behalf, but that is my understanding at this time. So that is always possible, but there is no recommendation from the staff that I am aware of. You may continue.
Yeah, that's therein lies my confusion. I was trying to understand what the action would be for tonight. When we extended this back in January, it was to get more information from the county to ensure there was absolutely nowhere else for both Chesapeake and Shadyside, by the way, that we, other than a school ground, that we could put these cell phone towers. So that would be the purpose of this question. Also, in 2022, are we going to consider working with the county to do, I guess, a handoff so that we're no longer in the business of telecommunications and cell phone towers? Are there plans there 2 years from now?
Well, there's nothing at this day right now that precludes the county government from entering into a contract with any telecommunication provider. So nothing that we do in any way, shape, or form is exclusionary in nature. The county could have, can, and still can enter into an agreement with Milestone or a myriad of telecommunication providers. So they're mutually exclusive. The county in no way, shape, or form is dependent upon the actions of the Board of Education.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President, and Mr. Shaknovich, thank you for the overview. I have, I guess, 3 questions that I'll ask. I know one of these you've touched on previously, but it's probably been a year plus, so it's just a refresher. And I guess these first 2 questions have to do with aesthetics, you know, the look and feel surrounding the tower, if you will. The first question, similar to what's been done at Corcoran, you know, I know Corcoran was more of a, you know, sort of a school spirit look as the tower got, you know, just those banners. I believe it's CMS or Corcoran Middle School, and then maybe a mascot, if I'm not mistaken, as people look up. Has there been any consideration to making the tower fit in aesthetically with the surrounding trees?
So I guess that is the distinguishing feature. The tower at Shadyside is 360 degrees surrounded by a fully tall wooded area, whereas the Corcoran site was at the road front without any other natural obscuration on it. So that same type of configuration for a public road front type project is not generally applicable to a fully wooded area project. So Corcoran is the only project of that nature, and again, because of its very unique location, all of the other projects that we've had that are in wooded areas or well-concealed areas do not have that additional signage or bunting on them.
Understood. Thank you for that. And the second question, again, still along the lines of aesthetics, but you've mentioned trees. And in that vein, I know that some trees will have to be removed. And then in a prior board Q&A, there was mention of Milestone at its own expense needing to replace some trees. And I just wanted to, again, for recent purposes, just ensure that that's on the record now. Is that something that Milestone will be doing by way of replacing trees? Again, just for aesthetic purposes or any other type of requirement for permitting purposes?
So the answer to that is essentially yes. The county has a very robust landscaping and forestation manual. The site would fully comply with all of the regulatory requirements as they pertain to site redevelopment. And in fact, the quantities of the various plantings and the various assortments exceed the minimum requirement of the county statutes.
Great. Thank you again for that. And then my last question, I don't remember the individual's name, but in jotting a few notes during the public testimony portion moments ago, one person, I know it was an opponent, but one person mentioned the noise that potentially comes off of these towers, and that's really the first time, at least to my recollection, that I'm hearing about noise. Can you speak to, and I believe the word may have been, the noise of a motor or generator or something attached to the tower. Can you speak to that in that one, loud I know is a relative term, but is it loud and is that noise constant?
No, it's not loud and it's not motor driven, so it's powered directly from BG&E, which is a quiet power source. All telecommunication facilities do have an emergency generator. Many of our schools and many other public governmental and public safety facilities have a generator. Those generators are periodically test fired to make sure that they're always at the ready. So there is a requirement for those generators to be on a very limited duration, test fired to make sure they're ready, and there's a schedule for that. But day in, day out, nights, weekends, no, they're powered by direct BG&E power, not by a motor that's continuously running off of a fuel source.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Sheknovich, and Madam President, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Live, any questions for staff at this time?
No questions, but I would like to extend my appreciation and thank you to the county executive and his team for the effort that they put forward looking into this matter for us. And I'd like to thank Mr. Sachinovich and his team for being able to explain it to us in such a clear and precise manner. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Live. I'm sure greatly appreciated by staff and the county executive. Ms. Hummer.
Yes, Mr. Sheknovich, a couple of things I heard during testimony that I wanted to clarify. Multiple people talked about the dangers of the 5G. Are these towers 5G towers, cell towers, or would this monopole be a 5G?
No, ma'am, it's conventional 4G, just like all of the other towers and all of the other school sites. They are not 5G towers.
And I also, one of the comments raised the concern that there is a 5G facility at Bates Middle School, and I was not aware of that. Is that accurate?
That is not accurate. There is no 5G infrastructure, antenna, or hardware installed anywhere on the property where Bates Middle School is.
All right. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify those 2 points. I appreciate all of your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hummer. Ms. Alvey, any questions or comments for staff?
I did have some brief questions for Mr. Shaknovich. They're just yes or no, because I know I'm trying to be as efficient as possible here. A lot of my fellow board members have covered a lot of the big topics I wanted to discuss. So the first being, will the cell tower, if placed, enhance the quality of virtual learning? So will it improve connection in any way for our students engaged in virtual learning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Will the Board of Education make any profit by following through with this contract? So any direct funds that the Board of Education will gain?
Yes, actually, the school will gain some funds. The region, the feeder zone in which the school resides will gain some funds, and the Board of Education will gain some funds. So 3 different units of the school system will receive revenue and proceeds from this arrangement.
Okay, and those can go towards any means, correct?
Any means permissible under law, yes, ma'am.
Okay. If the board chooses to end this contract, is there a possibility for funds to be put towards the implications of the decision, like legal matters or any other issues that may arise from backing out of the contract?
No, there's no reserve set aside for either the defense or any damages that may come as a result of a judgment against us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alvey. I have no questions at this time. Most but I was definitely listening loud and clear. At this time, I'll just open up. Please raise your hand if there are any additional or secondary questions. It looks like there are 2 hands being raised for additional follow-up questions to staff at this time. This is just making sure that everybody's information has been heard. Ms. Schallheim?
Yes, I had a question about the 5G stuff. So they're not slated for 5G now, but isn't that the way that all this technology is going? I mean, just period. You know, you have I guess you had your 1G way back in the day, and now you have 4G, which I think this is, and then it just continues on. So are we assured that it would never, ever be a 5G tower?
No, certainly can't be assured, but they're not designated as such, and this area has not been designated as a 5G expansion zone. You can take a look at the 5G expansion zone maps that are available by the carriers, and the area is not part of that expansion zone plan at this time.
Right, at this time. And then the question that Ms. Alvey asked about e-learning, I wanted to get some clarification on that. How exactly does this assist in that? Because a cell tower is not internet service, nor is it an internet tower. And if you're using your cell phone as a hotspot, unless you have unlimited data, it's not a sustainable path forward. So can you enlighten us on that a little bit, please?
Well, I think many of the individuals that gave testimony enlightened that somewhat. But yes, if you don't have a direct internet connection by wire, you're relying on some sort of antenna configuration. So that would typically be a telephone or a hotspot enabled that would require some sort of an above ground antenna system to transmit signals on.
Sorry, I'm a little confused. So if I had greater cell phone service in any part of the planet, I could use my phone as a hotspot, yes, and I'm glad we put that information out there. And at this moment, a lot of the providers are, in fact, being very, very generous with their offerings on that. But that is a temporary thing, if I'm understanding it. And so when that disappears, and when you have your 2 gig or 4 gig or whatever your data plan is, if you use your phone as a hotspot to then connect your laptop to, and you're streaming video, you're going to eat that 4G up. I mean, that 4 gig up right. I mean, it's going to happen quickly. It's not a sustainable path. So I don't understand like I said, I don't, unless you had endless or unlimited data every month, how this would be a sustainable source. I also wanted to make sure that people were clear on the revenue side of it from the inception of this contract with all projects. So I read a figure. I think it's accurate. Can you fact check me? What figure do you have to date as to our revenue, which doesn't include staff time, by the way? It's just straight revenue. Can you enlighten me into what that figure is?
No, I don't have that, and that wasn't a request by the board
Okay.
for this evening, so we didn't pull those figures.
Got it. So again, mine was from January, 567,000 over the life of all milestone projects. It does not include staff time directed to this or any other cell tower project, and that's 0.04% of 1 year's annual budget. Thank you so much. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scholheim. Ms. Antwine, did you?
Just wanted to understand, since 2012, how many?
I think a little bit more than half a dozen.
And then by 2022, at least 3 more is my understanding. The plan is to have at least 3 more schools with cell phone towers.
No, I'm not aware of any plan. The only other site that I'm aware of is Chesapeake Senior High School. That'll come before you later this evening.
Okay, so after these 2, there are no other plans before the end of the agreement to do additional cell phone towers at schools?
No, I didn't say that either. So there are coverage gaps located across the whole county. Wireless carrier providers look to close those. Often the schools. So we, the school district, we don't go out soliciting coverage gap solutions. That's essentially not our line of work. So we're on the receiving end of requests. And so I guess my direct answer to you, Ms. Antwine, is the only other request we've received is the Chesapeake project that we're working on. We don't have any other formal proposals before us from any other carriers to actively review other projects or bring other board packages together, et cetera. So I can't speculate what's going to happen between now and 2022, but beyond Chesapeake, we don't have any other active.
I'm going to give one last call. We do have one more additional questions for staff.
Yes, thank you so much. Just, excuse me, I'm trying to understand the 5G thing a little more. So you don't know of any plans to, I don't know what's involved in this, upgrade it to 5G, but that could happen in the future. Are you, just because you don't know of plans of that, is that still a possibility?
I'm not aware of any plans. If you go, for example, on, Verizon, for example, when you take a look at the cities, towns, and areas, it's the closest area here, and their maps do not even take into account any part of Anne Arundel County. So I can only go essentially on, what's out in the public domain. I'm not ever going to speculate about what's going to happen. Telecommunication expert, and I don't know what's going to happen in the future. Everything's possible, but I'm not aware of any current plans. And again, based on the information that I've been able to find in the public, domain, the 5G build-out plan doesn't include the area we're discussing.
It doesn't include Anne Arundel County?
Again, no. If you can go to the carrier sites and take a look, they've got documents and maps to show what is currently 5G covered, what areas are under capital plans. Now, it's up to a point in time. So, their capital plan doesn't say what are they planning on doing in the next 90 years. It's over some specified period of time, but I've not been able to see a map that has that coverage area expanded here.
So is it 5G capable? Do you know? Is it something that could be done?
I don't know. Again, you know, we got a man possible, and we're a pretty capable society.
All right, thank you.
I'm not going once, going twice. Okay, thank you all very much. I know that there's been a lot of work put into this to ensure that the board gets as accurate information as possible. And I want to extend gratitude to the folks who helped the county oblige by them, Verizon, Milestone, and our staff, and numerous members of the staff of the county. So once again, many thanks. With that stated, I'm now going to turn this information, this review to Lot.
In light of the updated information presented tonight from Anne Arundel County, I move that the Board of Education lift the pause and direct the superintendent to proceed with respect to this project in accordance with the signed contract and policy and regulation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Leib, are you able to perhaps restate that one more time? I want to make sure that Ms. Howell has a accurate for our viewers.
I move that the Board of Education lift the pause and direct the superintendent to proceed with respect to this project in accordance with the signed contract and policy and regulation.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion and it was seconded by Ms. Hummer. So we are going to proceed in roll call order to comment on the motion that is currently on the table, starting with Ms. Ellis. Ms. Ellis, if any comments are desired, that is.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I'm just getting my thoughts together for a moment. I'm not used to being first. Make a couple of statements. That being said, the education of our students is our function, and we are not a utility company. Furthermore, the pandemic has demonstrated some changes that are needed going forward, including potential, expansion or extension of e-learning. But we've also talked about what the possibilities are when we do get our children back in our schools, and that it may be different. There's a lot of things we're going to have to look at and consider as far as capacity in the schools, altered schedules. I believe our outdoor spaces could become more critical when we consider social distancing. And we've also had a tremendous movement recently with a real improvement of recess for our elementary and even middle school students. This is what our schools are for. We are for educating our students. I sympathize with the community that may need better service, but I don't believe I can be convinced that there are no other pieces of land in the area that would work for a cell phone tower. I have stated publicly in the past my position, and I will not support the construction of cell phone towers on school grounds. It has been brought up a few times now this evening, concerns about our contract with this vendor. And I do want to remind my fellow board members that there is the amendment to the telecommunications leasing master agreement dated June 21st of 2017 has an amendment to section 21.9. Final approval. The final approval granted by board and/or superintendent's designee upon receipt of Milestone's final site plan may be given or withheld at its sole and absolute discretion. I feel confident that we have it written in our contract. I mean, why would it come before this board to approve the final, give final approval on the project if we had no choice in the matter? So again, I'll go back to what I have stated publicly, which is that I do not support the construction of cell phone towers on school grounds. This technology is too new to know the short-term and long-term effects on children's health. And I just want to say that any board member who shares that concern, any board member, all of these board members, besides Miss Alvey, are parents. And Miss Alvey is a student, so yeah, she can sympathize in another way. But we're all parents. And if any board member shares my concern that the technology is too new and that they would not have wanted their child to attend a school with a cell phone tower on the grounds, then that board member should not support this or any cell tower construction on school grounds. And that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Ellis. Very well spoken. Next is Miss Schalheim. I do need to double check and make sure. Okay, yes, it is Miss Schalheim next.
Yeah. I don't think I could have said it better than Ms. Ellis, but I have a couple of things to add to that. So I agree with everything she said. I've been in my position to be opposed to being in the telecom business since I was a candidate. I came to this position because to me, it has no tangible, positive benefit to our children's education. We talk endlessly about opportunity gaps, about achievement gaps, about a lack of resources, about always needing and wanting more for our students. This has taken up so much of our time over the past 2 years alone, and talking about it again in the middle of a global public health crisis, to me, is shows a lack of priorities for our kids. So I've always been an unmovable no. And here's a couple more reasons. I myself am a cancer survivor. I say that publicly a lot, and here's why. I don't want anyone to ever feel or go through what I went through and what my family went through. And if we don't definitively know, and none of us definitively know because there's not enough data out there to conclusively state for or against whether or not this thing is safe. Although in hearing the testimony, it sounds like more data is coming out that it's harmful all the time. Why would we play roulette with our kids? I don't want that on my conscience, so I would never ever be a yes. I also don't appreciate developing greenfield sites for projects that are not of direct benefit to our students. And the revenue that we've generated from this relative to our annual budget shouldn't get any of us out of bed. This is a minuscule amount of money that's taken up hours of our time and discussion that we could have used in other ways in support of our students. This also shows me this latest process with regard to the resolution and the county's involvement proves to me that although they've stated multiple times that no other site was feasible, there are in fact other sites that are feasible. They require a different permitting process, but they are feasible. The ball field, feasible. Yes, it's programmed open space, but it just requires a different permitting process. If they had gone down that road 3 years ago, we wouldn't be having this conversation now. The West Rivers property, critical area, still feasible, a different process and easily attainable. The site does not have trees. It's been developed for decades and could sustain having this monopole erected on it. And so it just blows my mind that we have wasted all of this time and discussion when we should be talking about our kids. And we've been told over and over that no other site is possible. And yet we've been presented with a handful of sites that are possible. So I'm at a loss. I'm an immovable no on this. I will always be. I'm going to put our children and their health first. And I want to get out of the telecom business. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schulheim. Ms. Antwine. Any comments?
I actually have a few words. I want to say that I am in support in lifting this pause milestone, and our public school system have had a contract in place since 2012. And based on the information that we've received since 2018, although there are definite health concerns, proven or unproven, our schools have had these cell phone towers on them through this relationship outside of the control, realistically, of the current board. I will not be in support of any extensions in 2022 because the blessing of being in telecommunications since 1994, I know that there are alternatives to all of this, and a lot of the controversy could most certainly have been avoided. But for us to disregard all the work, the effort, the money, and otherwise that has been put into place, the best thing for us to do is to move forward with the agreement and then make better considerations and better decisions in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Gilliland, any comments?
Just very briefly, Madam President, all my questions have been answered already. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to say that I agree wholeheartedly with what Ms. Antwine said and her rationale. So I'll yield back. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. I'm going to reserve Mr. Live for last as the motion maker. Sorry, Bob. Ms. Hummer?
Yes, I am very appreciative of the staff and the county for researching these other options. And since there is not another one that is truly viable or that the county will support at this time, I think that it is necessary that we move forward. I think there are some very definite direct benefits for our students. We've heard from numerous people in the community about the safety risk in the community, that they aren't able to reach 911. Now with telemedicine coming, that is a huge factor as we get into health issues for the entire community. And when it comes to e-learning, it is a real detriment for our students. And so I think that this will directly benefit our students in that way and benefit the community as a whole. And since there is no other option that the county is willing to support or that can be done, I'm going to support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Ms. Alvey?
So I'll start by saying that this is a very difficult decision to make, and I appreciate all of the public comment and how it really showed the various perspectives on such a complex issue. I also understand that, unlike my colleagues, I haven't been involved in this controversial issue for as long as you all have. So putting that all in context and trying to understand what the best decision is, I'm thinking of our immediate concerns. And I realize that we need to get our students the greatest access possible to technology, because I don't know what our world is going to look like 6 months from now. So if I can even plan for tomorrow and say, hey, we've made a decision that will increase the ability of our students to engage in virtual learning or just have better access to telecommunication, anything that's necessary for them to be a part of this new virtual world that we're living in. And that's why I believe I'll be making the choice I am of supporting the installation of the cell tower. However, I do believe that although the Board of Education is a central part of the community, just as our schools are, it is what's really an issue to me is that this decision of cell towers comes down to us, because we are in the business of education, and this does not directly benefit our students. However, because the decision is placed in our hands, I feel a need to be invested in that decision making fully and have tried to understand it to the best of my ability. In the future, I hope that we can move away from putting these kinds of decisions on the backs of the Board of Education. So that's my understanding of the issue. And again, thank you for my time.
Thank you, Ms. Alvey. I'm going to be the second to the last, and I'm just going to point out, I made a lot of comments back in December and in previous, and all of them still hold true. And it's unfortunate when, in my opinion, when we are imposed upon by some of our federal and state regulations, that I do know that at the end of the day, we are law-abiding community, and I take my oath of office very seriously. And I don't believe that any LEA, local education agency, should ever be in the business of picking and choosing what regulations and what guidance is provided therein as to what is appropriate for them to follow and not. That is something that we should be advocating for to the people who made the regulations in the first place. It occurred to me, and I wasn't really prepared to say too much except for when Ms. Alvey had pointed out that she's correct. This should not be on the burden. And likewise, the residents should not be looking to a school board who have to make a decision as to whether or not they should be putting the taxpayers' education agency at risk of being in violation of any federal, state, or county initiative. And as it stands right now, we are recipients of public land, and that public land is subject to receive at will all public utilities. Cell towers, cell service, all public utilities. My position has not changed since I asked the voters for their vote. Just to clarify, perhaps the spirit and intent that Ms. Schulheim had questioned me about earlier. But I really do think, her heart's in the right place. She has a right to know what her members have said, her fellow colleague, and I do not shy away from that. But I also don't shy away from what I know has to occur. And I gave my word that I would uphold all of our policies, all of our laws, and I don't feel that any individual school member is qualified or has the authority to say and start picking and choosing which ones to follow and not. All of my members have a strong will and intent to follow it. I just so happen to interpret our obligation as it relates to this particular issue at this particular site slightly differently. And it's just a consequence. We came in at a portion of the process whereby which a lot had already occurred, and our obligation contractually exponentially increased. So at this time, I believe we should let the process proceed and our policy proceed. And if the county government chooses to grant them, and we have provided the resources to our contractors as obliged under contract to afford them that opportunity, as they do represent us. And we represent all of AACPS. I don't ever want to be in a position, I guess, as it were, whereby which we are so far removed from the body that we represent that we cannot recognize the need sometimes to, instead of making those type of choices, rather put our efforts and our energies to advocacy to our actual true legislative bodies. The local education agency is not an exclusive all-power legislative body, and that's a fact. But those who are our congressmen, our U.S. senators, our state officials, our county officials, I think that is where all of our energy should be spent. And seeing school after school face these struggles begs the question, should they not be the ones held accountable instead of the local, as Ms. Alvey had indicated, that the local agency has to bear all the burden of all the mistakes of legislators that we have no control over. And it leaves us to very challenging decisions. I will be voting for Mr. Leib's position to move on so that we can continue to demonstrate to our students that there is a lawful way to honor all processes, honor our legal obligations of our contracts, honor the law, and demonstrate how we make those changes when we don't have the power to change them. That's one of the lessons that we teach, and that's one of the reasons why we have a student board member, and CRASC and all of those student body organizations and the MOC-UN, is to show our students that in a lawful society, there is always a process and always a voice. And the tenacity of us all and the strength of us all, emboldened by this pandemic, I believe, should give us a fair path to have the discussion, have the protest, have the email campaigns directed to the appropriate decision makers. This is not our decision to choose which rules and regulations as it relates to Homeland Security, as it relates to the FCC, the state, the county. There's so many agencies involved here with Department of Environment and stuff. None of that we have power over. And so between Ms. Antwine's well-thought statements about what we should be doing moving forward as a suggestion, combined with Ms. Alvey's, then I am in agreement. I will be a yes. And I just think it's, as everybody stated, an unfortunate situation that we nonetheless have an obligation with. And so with that stated, Mr. Leib, you have the last comment.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe, everything's been said that needs to be said. And I have no further comment. I'd like to proceed with the vote.
Yep. Thank you very much. We're now going to prepare for vote. And so, Ms. Howell, if you could please call the roll.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim?
Nay, always.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
And Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-2.
Okay. This agenda item is now closed, and we are moving on to item 4.05, the Shadyside Elementary School Forest Conservation Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions. It is my understanding that we have 4 public comments that will be read into the record. Ms. Howell, if you would like to please first proceed with public comment, or Mr. Live, as appropriate.
Thank you. From David Soriero, I am adamantly opposed to the approval of this easement that has the sole purpose of allowing the cell tower on the property, but does not conserve anything. In fact, quite the opposite, stating that it establishes a protected area in an area that is already protected in exchange for destroying a protected area is frankly, for lack of a better term, silly. Please explain your logic if you do vote for this to myself, and especially explain it to my son, who is watching now, and the students of Shadyside who have been learning about the importance of protecting the environment. My mother used to say, you can put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. You can call it conserving all you want, but it doesn't change the simple truth. You will be destroying a protected area in exchange for a bunch of nothing. It would simply be wrong to do this, period. I pray that you view this issue as I do and oppose this misleading forest conservation easement and see it clearly for what it is. From Lisa Taylor Soriero, I adamantly oppose the forest conservation easement on the Shadyside Elementary School property. It is frustrating to me that this is even being considered at all, but especially during a pandemic. I trust that you will do your part to set an example and prevent this from happening. It is obviously a way to get around the current forest conservation laws and does nothing to actually preserve or protect because the area is already protected. I find it very sad and disturbing. I am attaching a link to the reading of the Lorax by Dr. Seuss and ask that you take a few minutes to watch and remember exactly why we read this to our children. Please remember, too, that the use of the outdoor learning space can become an invaluable resource as the kids return to school among fears of COVID-19. Finally, I ask you to consider and remember your true reason for taking on your position. I doubt it had anything to do with the cell tower business. Of course not. It was all about the education of our children. Can we all please get back to that? And in the words of my son, stop it, please. It's time to end it with milestone. From Mike Shea, considering giving rights away to school property without an economic analysis or review is irresponsible. An economic analysis would include the opportunity costs, such as the cost that you no longer can consider building to meet the needs of children in these 2.7 acres of school land. You will no longer have the right to put these lands in easement to help the schools meeting requirements for the school's future build out because you have already given away the right. Yes, you would have given away the right for free. Forest easements are traded for value as they are value and the school system is getting nothing in return. This proposed tower project has morphed from the beginning being in the corner of the property to now being in the middle of the forested area, and you are now considering giving up rights to the entire northern forest area. Let's also remember you will now not be able to build close to the proposed tower, and you will not be able to build in the forest easement, and you will not be able to use the easement for new building disturbance calculations as you have already given away the easement rights to the benefit of a private company for free. Good management would look at what you are giving up and what you are getting in return, and also be looking at meeting the future needs of the children and how this land fits into the future needs of the school. From Dirk Schwenk, I represent the South Arundel Citizens for Responsible Development with respect to the project noted above. Please consider this letter as testimony for the organization submitted in response to the May 20th, 2020 agenda, item 4.05, Shadyside Elementary School Forest Conservation Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions. Sacred received a copy of that proposed agreement via Public Information Act request last year. It is crucial that the board recognize what is being asked to give away by executing such a document. At present, the school board owns the property where Shadyside Elementary and can use the property to achieve its mission to best educate the students of Anne Arundel County. What Milestone is asking of the board is to give up control of how the easement area can be used. If the board signs the agreement, no future board will be able to develop the property unless the county permits it. If the board executes the documents, all future boards and future students will have very limited rights to use the conservation property. The school board will no longer determine how best to use property for the furtherance of educational goals, and betterment of children's education. The county, as the dominant easement holder, will make all decisions. That is what Milestone is asking for here, and the board to give up control of how its property can be used forever. The primary restrictions of the board's future of use of the property are listed in paragraph 1A through D, and they apply forever, even if the property is sold. The first paragraph on page 1, the property owner grants and conveys to the county in perpetuity an easement is in gross, subject to the covenants, conditions, and restrictions set forth below. This means that the board is giving control of the property to the county, and those restrictions carry with the land and the easement shall now and forever be held, subject to the covenants, conditions, and restrictions set forth below. If the board signs off, the land is burdened forever with the conditions in this agreement. Those restrictions include, I will be sending the rest of that electronically, and that concludes public comment for this item.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howe. Greatly appreciated. You and Bob are doing outstanding. I don't think we were ever originally set up to do public comment quite this way, but doing the best we definitely are. So we're now, having received public comment, the staff is available to answer questions for the board. Dr. Arlotto, did the staff have anything to share with the board prior to receiving questions?
We are certainly glad to answer questions, and I'm glad to give you a recommendation if you'd like.
Okay, why don't we start off with questions, and then we will entertain summary recommendations. So with that in mind, let me see if I know I have one hand up right now. So we'll just go in the order of the hands up. Ms. Schalheim.
Yes. So I want to confirm whether or not what was just stated in public testimony is true. Are we waiving our rights forever to any use of this land for other means? And I also would like to know if this land was considered for any sort of educational benefit prior to entertaining Milestone's request to put a cell tower there.
So it is it's an easement on that property. So absent a renegotiation of the easement, it stands essentially, or the way easements work. They are recorded instruments. Again, they can be renegotiated or modified downrange, but obviously there's a process for that and requires, review and approval and re-recordation. So it is not a forever instrument in that regard.
Right, but can you enlighten us as to the ease in which it would be to renegotiate such a thing? You stated, well, the county executive stated that although possible, it was going to be potentially a couple years down the road to do a different permitting process. So how hard is it once you have a forest conservation easement to undo that?
So the county executive was referring to something very different. The county executive was referring to state program open space elements and federal land and water conservation funded acquisitions. This is neither of those, so it is not that multi-year process that the county executive was alluding to regarding some of the covenants on the other properties.
Right. So how hard is it to renegotiate? Is this an easy thing? You just go back to the county, hey, we'd like to use part of this land for something else. Oh, okay, that's fine. Or is it a difficult, if not impossible, process?
No, we've made modifications to easements on many of our projects. I won't say it's an everyday thing, but it's a routine thing. It's a thing that's done throughout the industry, both by us in the public sector and others in the private sector. Again, there's a process to undertake for that, but it is not the costly or laborious process that the county executive was referring to with respect to that one state or the other federal processes. This is a local process.
Got it. So even though it says that indefinitely you can't do X, Y, or Z to it, you're saying that it's possible to do X, Y, or Z to it. Although, wouldn't we then be within the setback requirements of the tower, and so therefore none of it would be usable for the school?
No, you'd have to go to what the zoning code, the land use code govern what is permissible and not permissible. There's things that require a 0 setback or a 5-foot setback, or so the different things that you might contemplate are essentially categorized within the planning and zoning statutes, and what's permissible and the setbacks or clearance requirements are all in those governing regulations. So there's not just one uniform linear footage requirement that's applied universally to everything. It's extremely case specific.
Okay. What else was I going to say? I guess I'm going to make some comments about this. Y'all, we're not bound by anyone to put a conservation easement or any other easement on this property for the purposes of this or anything else. So we vote this through, the tower still isn't permitted yet. Who knows when or if that's going to happen. And also it's not an immediate thing, and there's a construction timeline, and this is not going to be a 6-month thing. You know, the county has yet to act. Just because we unpaused it, which I support the board's decision. I'm obligated to, and I do. Doesn't make it necessary to vote this through. I don't know if I'm making sense, but like you can have one. You don't need. You could be against cutting down trees and draining a wetland and putting this conveniently in between the two. But you'd still be for unpausing it. So we could vote this down and this thing fails. This thing will not go through. They need this easement in order to make this happen. So I mean, we really have to evaluate our priorities right now. Is our priority to develop a greenfield site next to an elementary school, forever altering our ability, at least easily, to use that land for something else? And I don't care how long this process has gone on, because like I said, we're not being clocked by an egg timer. This doesn't have an expiration date, and we have full authority to proceed or not on this or any other project of theirs. And so, like I was the last vote, I'm an absolute and unmovable no on this. I don't just cut down trees for fun, and I'm against doing so and even having this conversation in the middle of a pandemic. This is horrible. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. Ms. Antwine?
So that I'm clear, it was my understanding from Mr. Shagnovich that the reason the permit has not moved forward was because of the pause and the easement. But what I'm hearing now is that the easement is not a contingency of them getting the permit and moving forward with construction. So can you help me understand that?
Certainly that. So no, the site development plan is contingent on 2 items, according to the county regulatory authorities. 1, resolution of the pause. That's already been handled this evening. The other element that is a requirement by the county regulators is the approval and execution of this forest conservation agreement tonight. Those are the 2 items in that order that needed to be resolved to satisfy the governmental regulatory authorities prior to issuance of the site development plan.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Antwine, did you have any other questions?
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Great. Looks like we do have one more question. Actually, it looks like, okay, no, not two, just one. I have Ms. Hummer.
Yes. Mr. Shaknovich, can you clarify something for me? I'm looking at this easement. The property that's getting the easement, that is not where the cell tower is going. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. That is not where the cell tower is going. The cell tower is going on about 6,600 square foot of land just below where the easement would be. Again, it's in the forest area. It's not in the play field. It's not on the road. It's not where anything else is, but it is in some of the wooded area that is just below where the easement is. The other piece, again, as we've talked about before, that the county's landscaping manual, et cetera, would require not just this conservation area, but also all of the other landscaping and environmental restorative plantings that would be acquired as part of the permit.
And so this easement is setting aside this plot of land so that nothing can be built on it. So it's putting in place that this will remain a forested area where
Yes,
this
ma'am.
easement is.
That's exactly, and that is exactly, and the only thing that this conservation document does.
Is keep it undeveloped forested land.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
is this land, I know a lot of the land in Shadyside and around the school is not as prone to, pools of water and things like that. Is this land that you could foresee in the future that we would want to build on where this easement is going to go? Is it something that, I know we've just done an addition on Shadyside, so there wouldn't be any building construction on the facility anytime soon, but is this property where we would see extending the school building onto this land?
Likely not. I mean, it was analyzed. It's the Army Corps, the Maryland Department of Environment, the endangered or protected species elements. None of those are applicable there in that area, but it is not an area that we would build upon. Shadyside Elementary School has already been added on to twice, essentially, and it is as large an elementary school as we could ever service there. And secondarily, because it is on sewer and, it's on septic, not on public sewer, and we're on well there, that also limits the size of the building that we would ever construct there. So no, we would not be looking to build in the corner where this forest con would go.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's very far removed from the school. It's actually, far on the opposite side of the property from where the physical building sits today.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. It looks like Ms. Shaham has a follow-up question for staff. Ms. Shaham?
Yes, I do. So a forest conservation easement, I read the document and it said that you couldn't build structures or this or that or whatever, but does that also include things that might be part of any sort of outdoor ed space like trails, etc.? Would a forest conservation easement prohibit the use of the land for those purposes as well?
The answer to that is it depends on what it is, but certainly passive forest conservation areas. Many of our parks are forest conservation areas, and you have passive recreational activities, passive trails, things like that in many of our forested areas. So again, I can't say because it would be up to the specific circumstance, and the regulators would certainly scrutinize that, but this is not a can't do anything, build nothing forever declaration. It's essentially put some limits on things, but it is not a nothing decree, if that helps any.
Well, that's not what the language said. The language said, you can't, forever build, X, Y, or Z. There was a list, if I recall. So, I have to take the document at its face. In that regard, I also just wanted to say to clear up any sort of misconception. So right now we're conserving the forest. We're conserving the forest because we're not building on it, you know? So in order to have a forest conservation easement means that you're doing harm elsewhere on the land. That includes a driveway and the erection of this monopole. And so, you know, I know it sounds catchy or green or whatever to say, like, gosh, I just enabled this forest conservation easement. Well, you had to do some harm to get there. So I just don't want there to be any misconceptions as to what this does. Right now, we're not doing anything with the land, and the land is a greenfield site that has never been developed. Afterwards, it won't be the case. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. I'm going to just scan real quick and make sure we have no further comments from any other board members. Seeing none. Dr. Alato, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I'm recommending board approval of the Forest Conservation Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions at Shady Side Elementary School.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We are now moving forward with the proposed action on the recommendation for the forest easement. Do we have any comments on the motion being presented? Ms. Antwine?
No, I have no comments.
Okay. It's hard because I only have a couple of little symbols to try to differentiate with you guys. So thank you very much. Okay, I'm not seeing any. Mr. Live, you had did you have any follow-up comment to your motion? Okay. Going once, going twice. Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim?
Nay, never.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Libe?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-2.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howe. Next on the agenda is item 4.06, the Chesapeake High School Cell Tower Project. This item is here as a follow-up to a previous visit on this project. So I'm going to now turn this over. But prior to doing so, we do have 30 some comments, I believe, that Ms. Howe and Mr. Mosier are going to enter into the record. And just like with all the rest of our agenda items this evening, we are going to start with public comment, followed by information Q&A, and subsequently any additional actions that may be decided as a result of the information. So with that stated, Ms. Howe and Mr. Mosier, thank you once again. You're on.
Thank you. So yes, we have 32 public comments on item 4.06. First is from Christina Colvin. I'm a CBMS teacher and a parent in the Chesapeake feeder, and I wanted to take a moment to speak out in favor of the cell tower proposal. My cell phone reception is terrible on Mountain Road to the point that when there are road closures or delays, which I would say happens at least once a year, I worry about my ability to communicate my delay with my husband. After discussion with my family, my husband has a master's degree in electrical engineering, and we think that people's fears of cancer, etc., are nonsense. The school system wouldn't give in to anti-vaccination hysteria, and it shouldn't give up an opportunity to improve our quality of life by giving into this either. From Lisa Taylor Soriero. I'm adamantly opposed to the cell tower on the Chesapeake High School campus. My own students who I love will be attending the school in the future. I was happy to see that board member Dana Schallheim was in attendance of the community meeting to bear witness to a room filled with opposition and only 1 or 2 people actually in support of the tower. I trust that you will not simply read the summary of the meeting. That summary, by the way, was not published until Friday, 3 months after the meeting occurred and on the same day the board agenda posted, further underscoring their lack of prompt communication. It also documents incorrect information given about the way the money is split. The same misinformation given at the Shadyside community meeting. The summary cannot accurately paint a picture of the mass community opposition, with speaker after speaker opposed to the tower. This is your chance to prove that your constituents matter more than some for-profit company who has repeatedly lied and done less than bare minimum required while bragging that they do so much more, receiving pass after pass along with tons of free assistance from AACPS employees. It's time to get out of that contract with Milestone. Wouldn't it be nice to discuss matters that have to do with education and our children instead of cell towers? Imagine all of the time and energy wasted over the years that could have been used to actually benefit our kids. Please show us where your real priorities lie. From David Soriero. In support of the Chesapeake High School community and our county children, I adamantly oppose the cell tower at Chesapeake High School. It should not be too much to ask that you focus on the education of our children, which is the entire purpose of your jobs, and get out of the cell tower business. End the contract with Milestone like they did in other counties. Enough. Thank you for your time, though I wish it weren't wasted on another tower. From Janelle Chatini Luama. As an established member of the CHS faculty and Bodkin parent, I have a lot of concerns about the impact a 5G tower will have on myself, my children, my students, and the community as a whole. I vote to choose a safer location where less or no people will be directly impacted by the harmful effects of the tower. We deserve better. Please keep the safety and well-being of our community at the forefront of plans ahead of any convenience or economic growth. I'm happy to respond if an open conversation is to follow. Thank you. From Robin Herzberger. Hello, I would like to express my concern about a cell tower being placed basically on the football field at Chesapeake High School in Pasadena. Not only do my children attend school at all three schools on that campus, we live less than a half mile from the stadium in the Long Point community. There is a direct line from my house to the proposed cell tower site. My sons will also be spending 6 days a week on that football field for 4 years. There is just not enough research on the effects of these types of towers on humans. It was once believed that cell towers did not cause health risks or environmental damages. We now have access to research which shows the opposite to be true. Research shows that dairy cows, which were located near the cell towers, had a measurable drop in milk yield. After relocation to a place without any transmitters, the milk yield went back to normal after 5 days. Then, when the cows were once again placed nearby towers, the same problems occurred. The study was established in 1998, and it is available here. And she provided a link. In 2007, levels of serotonin and melatonin in the blood were measured in people who lived close to newly activated cell towers. These hormones are responsible for sleep regulation, mood, and immune system functioning. The test was made both before and after the activation of new cell tower. In almost all of the participants, changes in normal levels were observed. You can read the whole study here, and the link is shared. The rest will be shared with you electronically. From Shannon. I am writing to voice my opinion of the proposed tower that is being discussed with the location of Chesapeake High School. Right now, I have a child in first grade at Lakeshore Elementary School and a child in pre-K at Fort Smallwood Elementary. While they both have several years away from attending Chesapeake High School, I do have a niece and many friends and neighbors that currently attend the high school. This cell tower does not belong on the school campus. Please do not move this forward. From Lauren Dubiel. I'm a Pasadena resident and my son is currently in 7th grade at Chesapeake Bay Middle School. The idea of a 5G cell tower being put on the high school grounds honestly makes me sick to my stomach. The health and safety of the kids should be the top priority. It needs to be put somewhere else that is not on any school property. My son still has 5 more years of school and my youngest will have 7 years in those schools, which is far too long to be exposed to the radiation that comes from those towers. Please, please, please put it somewhere else. From Kathleen Corcoran. I'm a parent of 2 students and currently one is a middle schooler and the other a 4th grader. I'm against putting our children at risk for cell tower. I would not expose my children to radiation at home, so why would I want this done to them at school for several years? They are children and depend on us to make the right to make the right decision and not sell out for the school donation, especially when both the middle and high schools are not in great shape with the brown water in the toilets, undrinkable water, and insufficient air conditioning throughout the middle school building at the very least. Our children's future should not be gambled with. I'm a very proactive about doing what I can for cancer prevention, so the cell tower would be heartbreaking. I really don't want to sell my house and uproot my children. From Dawn Zebron. President of the board, members of the board, Dr. Alato, my name is Dawn Zebron. I'm a resident of Pasadena. My daughter is a sophomore at Chesapeake High School. I am opposed to the cell tower on our school campus. At the March 4th meeting, I provided this board a petition of over 340 signatures from families in our community who are opposed to this tower. I'm also aware that students in our cluster were collecting signatures from their peers. However, since the shutdown of schools, I have not been able to connect with these students to check on the status of their petition. I can only hope that they were informed to reach out to the student member of the board to relay their opposition to the tower on their campus. This also makes me wonder if staff and teachers are made aware of this controversial project coming to their place of employment. I implore this board to adopt the precautionary principle here. Complete your due diligence, review the most recent studies provided to you previously, and request the county to find an alternative location off school grounds for this tower. Thank you. From Dwayne Forensics. We do not support a cell tower on school property, and especially not on Chesapeake High School property. Please vote no on the CHS cell tower project. The FCC has for years failed to protect public health by relying on 24-year-old safety tests, and your vote must reflect you understand the importance of keeping the entire Chesapeake feeder system, CMBS and CHS safe. The students and staff are too important and you to put at risk. Thank you.
From Brianne Miller. I am writing to express my opposition for the proposed cell tower at Chesapeake High School. Please reconsider the placement. From Joseph O'Clair. We do not support a cell tower on school property and especially not on CHS property. Please vote no on the CHS cell tower project. Your vote must reflect you understand the importance of providing a healthful school environment for the Chesapeake feeder system, CBMS, and CHS. The students and staff are too important for you to put at risk. From Lisa Thomas. We do not support a cell tower on school property and especially not on CHS property. Please vote no on the CHS cell tower project. Your vote must reflect you understand the importance of providing a healthful school environment for the Chesapeake feeder system, CBMS, and CHS. The students and staff are too important for you to put at risk. Please review the evidence regarding the safety concerns and make the right decision, one that protects our greatest resource, humans, the very people you claim to work so hard to care about. After reviewing the evidence, would you want this tower next to your home or place of business? Would you want your children exposed to these completely unnecessary dangers? Please vote no. From Joe and Eleanor Schisler. Please vote no on the cell tower project for Chesapeake Bay Middle School and Chesapeake High School. We are concerned that it would negatively affect the growing and developing of our grandchildren attending the schools. From Jason Sermanoff Jr. I think there is no reason to put up a cell phone tower at CHS. First, why at the high school? We only have a cell gap when students are leaving school and taking out their cell phones. Us students do not want to risk getting a disease because of the tower. There is no research that proves there is no risk in getting a disease. For us who are there for 12 plus years, there is a huge risk that we could get a disease. The Mount Carmel students and families, we were not properly notified about the meeting. At the meeting, one person states, I only got notified because AACPS called us. Mount Carmel didn't get notified. We shouldn't have this tower at all. The only place that really needs a cell tower is near the Lakeshore Sports Complex. Also in the meeting notes, it states Mr. Penning stated that this is the application and that other properties have already been looked at and ruled out. To me, that is saying that we will have to have a tower there. Also, the school is a safe distance away, but the football field and stands aren't. So the stands will not be safe from the tower's radiation. From Jennifer Schisler, please postpone CHS cell tower project vote until after a fully elected AACPS Board of Education is in place. Abhorrently, the current Board of Education accepted bribes from Milestone. Although the general federal bribery statute punishes the offense of bribery, somehow both Milestone and the bribe recipient remain in their current roles. After Maryland is in phase 3, this critical pivotal vote must not occur during quarantine. Your timing of this vote is suspect. People are unaware the vote is occurring. When the CHS cell tower vote does occur, ask yourself, will I, a valued AACPS BOE member, actually ignore Maryland state law article to provide 7-401 to provide a healthful school environment by voting to put our students and staff and thousands of children in harm's way by allowing a cell tower on school property? Will I actually vote to decrease property value for not only those living near the potential cell tower, but across the entire Chesapeake district? From J.A. Schisler, please vote no on the Chesapeake High School cell tower project. Our community and our children deserve better than to consider this project. 2 points for your consideration. You are obligated to vote no due to Anne Arundel County policies, regulations, and Maryland state law, Article 7-401, stating that you, our Board of Education, shall provide a healthful school environment. Voting for a cell tower mere feet from our children goes against this county policy and state law. As a scientist, I can tell you that it is an indisputable fact that doses of radiation are harmful to humans and especially developing youth. Any student attempting to claim that those doses are harmless cannot replicate the reality that will be created by introducing cell towers on school properties. Doses of radiation that are prolonged and daily over a period of many years, and the effects that this may have on each of our individual, unique use cannot be tested and dismissed in a lab. Anne Arundel County should not be in the business of exposing children to this threat and treating them, their families, and your constituents as guinea pigs. I urge you to cancel this project and future projects that could potentially harm the very children you claim to care about. From Corinne Frank. My name is Corinne Frank, and I'm a mother of 2 children who attend Bodkin Elementary School. I am writing in opposition to the proposed cell tower for Chesapeake High School. In the January 8, 2020 board meeting, it was explained that the county executive was going to have county administrators look into finding a more appropriate location for the cell tower in the Shadyside community. Why would we then move forward with a cell tower in the Chesapeake community? Equity is defined as freedom from bias or favoritism. If our school board and county seek to adhere to this standard, our community should also be given the time and resources to find alternative sites that will adequately service our constituents as the Shadyside community received. Moreover, during this time, when it has been recognized by the board that many parents are barely able to provide the necessities for their children, how can we expect them to take time and consideration on contentious items such as this? Again, holding this motion until a more appropriate time would be preferable to many members of this community. Pausing until stakeholders are able to address this body in person, with time and in the aspect of stability, is more befitting the situation in which we now find ourselves. I do not believe our community is opposed to cell phones or towers, but a more appropriate location will be welcomed by many more community members. From Priscilla Smith. I am a mother and theater teacher in Anne Arundel County. I have students who attend Chesapeake High School, and I was shocked and disappointed to see that the school board taking the taxpayers' time and energy to discuss putting a cell tower at Chesapeake High School. I am writing to express my opposition to cell towers or any 5G structures on school property or near it. School safety and the safety of all children in Anne Arundel County schools should be top priorities of the school board. The school board should not be in the business of making money by allowing telecommunication structures like cell towers at our schools. There is more than enough evidence to be concerned for our children being exposed to radiation. Long-term exposure to wireless radiation not only damages male reproductive organs, but also affects the number, morphology, motility, and oocyte binding ability of sperm, and indirectly increases the risk of infertility. Cell phone radiation negatively affects memory in teens. The risk for cancer may be accentuated for children partly because children are also growing and have immature cells which can be more sensitive to RF radiation. If you cannot guarantee the students and teachers' safety near this tower, it is your duty to, as the school board, vote to stop all cell towers at schools. There is no scientific evidence that exposing children to cell tower radiation is safe. Our children will be the unfortunate test subjects. Please vote no. From Peggy Williams. I am a parent of Anne Arundel County school children and an environmental scientist. It is disturbing and frustrating to have to continually defend our children's safe space for learning against the wireless industry. I oppose cell tower construction near our schools. Peer-reviewed published studies have found negative health effects at levels far below than FCC's 24-year-old exposure guidelines. Between our children's daily exposures to surrounding cell phones, Bluetooth devices, wireless video game controllers, headphones, mice, keyboards, baby monitors, microwave ovens, iPads, Chromebooks, routers in the schools, and smart meters, These kids cannot avoid harmful radio frequency radiation. Why would Anne Arundel County, as some parents are trying to avoid wireless devices in their home, continue to construct cell towers at schools? As I have testified many times, all these exposures are cumulative, meaning health effects from the sum of all of them have to be considered as a bigger total, not each as an individual exposure. As we add more and more sources of exposure, the more danger our children face. Please stop allowing cell tower construction near our schools. For more information on cell tower health effects and AAC recommendations, please click here. There's a link provided. From Crystal Tabor. I am writing as a parent of multiple students in the Chesapeake cluster, as well as a direct neighbor. The school is literally in my backyard, Cedarwood Cove. I'd like you, Board of Ed members, to oppose a cell tower proposed to be constructed on our taxpayer-funded school property. I am not one to complain or nag or fight. I have had issues with water runoff for years from the school flooding my septic and yard that I've been quietly dealing with. I support our teachers, our community, and our school board, but on this specific topic, I will be as vocal as necessary. This issue was supposed to be discussed at an open hearing/meeting prior to the issues with the pandemic. I attended the local town hall and intended to attend the public Board of Ed meeting. I don't want such an important issue being discussed and an opinion rendered in the dark of night without parent and community members being represented. I work in public health, and I put public health and wellness above most things, especially when talking about our community's children, or any children for that matter. The town hall pointed to studies from 10 years ago, or look, we below acceptable levels, etc. Those studies do not focus on the effects of children specifically. In addition, this tower is slated to be 5G. There is even less known about the effects of 5G. Unless you can guarantee our family for the entirety of my and my children's lives that there will be no ill effects, then you should not move forward with the tower. My family will be exposed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. My husband and I work from home. There is no dollar value or community benefit that outweighs the risk of this decision. I promise you I am not an alarmist, but I do work in understanding risk and risk avoidance. This is 100% a risk we can avoid. We'll provide the rest of that. From Paul Dugan. I am a registered professional engineer in the state of Maryland with 36 years of experience in wireless telecommunications. I am writing on cell tower safety concerns. My first priority is to hold paramount the health, safety, and welfare of the public. The FCC has sole jurisdiction over the regulation of electromagnetic fields. The FCC guidelines for operating wireless networks are based on the recommendations of several national and international health and safety agencies. In December 2019, the FCC issued a revised policy on RF exposure. The FCC has reaffirmed the existing exposure limits are more than sufficient for the diverse makeup of demographics, including children, and the current/future deployment of lower power next generation 5G wireless networks. It is my opinion that too much misinformation is circulating regarding possible health effects from wireless antenna emissions. There are conspiracy theories that even suggest 5G may be responsible for the coronavirus. The World Health Organization states that no evidence of adverse health impacts exist from 5G or any other wireless technology. The low power in which these facilities operate and the substantial horizontal and vertical separation of the antennas from the school facilities should not be basis for any concern. RF energy has existed for over 100 years, while cell towers have existed for 36 years. The highest exposure near base stations is typically less than 1/1000th of the exposure limits. There is no accepted science that indicates there is a risk from low levels of RF exposure.
From Sarah Taylor, I oppose a cell tower at CHS. The community has voiced strong opposition to this project during our community meeting, and the school board would be working against the will of its constituents if they proceed with this project. The health of our school workers, children, and the environment are not worth any small monetary gain the school board is thirsting for in this project. They should never propose a project that safety studies cannot prove carries zero health risks to our students. Our schools exist for educational purposes. How do cell towers meet our children's educational needs? The county will cost taxpayers large amounts of money in the ensuing lawsuits involved over exposing our children to a Class 2B carcinogen. How can you defend that the chance of a child dying of cancer is a chance you are willing to take solely for monetary gain. You should be ashamed. 1. Has the school board alerted all teachers, staffs, and parents at CHS that the radiation the cell tower emits is a Class 2B carcinogen with no safety assurances, which researchers say needs more research? Neither the EPA nor the FDA have developed safety exposure limits for this radiation. The EPA states very clearly on its website that more research is needed to clarify the question of safety. 2, are teachers, staff, and parents aware of the research linking this type of radiation to sleep disturbances, immune damage, reproductive damage, and neurological problems? The radiation is not just classified as Class 2B possible human carcinogen, it is also impacted in other health issues, and people need to know. There's more that we will send. From Laurie Benner, I apologize. I am writing as a parent of CHS student and citizens of the Pasadena community in support of the cellular tower project. From a public safety and learning connectivity perspective, it is imperative that adequate service is available in the area. If you have questions in regards to my testimony, please don't hesitate to reach out. From Jetta Earl Smith. My name is Jetta Earl Smith from Shadyside, Maryland, and I'm a 15-year-old high school student in Anne Arundel County. I have multiple friends who attend Chesapeake High School, and I was shocked and disappointed to see the school board is discussing putting a cell tower at Chesapeake High School. I'm writing to express my opposition to cell towers or any 5G structures on school property or near it. School safety in Anne Arundel County schools should be the top priority of the board. The school board should not be in the business of making money by allowing telecommunication structures like cell towers at our schools. There is more than enough evidence to be very concerned. I'm a teen who is now having to write to you because you are allowing things to happen that will harm me and others around me. Why should I trust adults that are making money off of my well-being? If you cannot guarantee our safety near this tower, then you should vote to stop all cell towers at schools. There's no scientific evidence that exposing children to cell tower radiation is safe. I do not feel that I should be the unfortunate test subject along with other kids. Please, please, please vote no. Thank you for your time. From Jason Lowery. I support this tower. Those who oppose it are just not informed and don't understand how this works. There is more risk from your cell phone than a tower. I'm a mentor on the robotics team at the high school, and we would benefit tremendously from the coverage. I think promoting an education campaign, instead of letting those stop 5G cell tower groups, misinform parents and create fear. I have worked in RF for 26 years, worked with frequencies from 400 MHz to 15 GHz, high and low power. No issues because it is all ionizing, I can't even say that word, ionizing radiation. From Michelle Siemenoff. As a parent of 2 students at Bodkin Elementary School who will also be attending Chesapeake Bay and Chesapeake High School, I'm against the cell phone tower on Chesapeake High School's campus. Our job as educators and parents is to keep our children safe, not to put their health in jeopardy to make money from a cell tower on a school campus. There are no guarantees that this is safe for children and staff to be around for prolonged periods of time. Bodkin Elementary students will be exposed to this for 13 years as they attend school on 3 campuses. That is unacceptable. We should not be risking their health for the school system to be making money. In a time where we are all staying home to stay safe from a virus, we should not be considering putting a cell tower on campus for them to return to. How will you feel when the first student or staff member gets sick with cancer or some other illness as a result? What about if they die? If the money that you receive from a cell tower, is the money you would receive from this cell tower worth 1 life or even more? Long-term health problems are a real possibility, and there is no guarantee that any expert can give to tell us nothing will happen. Research other options for the cell tower location. Don't just take the easy way out. Our staff and students deserve more. From Elena Siemenoff. I do not think that we should put cell towers at Chesapeake High School because all of the students might get cancer, and that is not fun at all. They will be happy and safe if we do not put a cell phone tower there. It will affect all the students who will go there, who are there now, and the people who go to have fun there might get cancer too. Please do not put a cell phone tower there. From Pilot Earl Smith. I'm against the cell tower project at Chesapeake High School and the cell tower, 5G, and Wi-Fi near children. I'm a teenager in Anne Arundel County and think that with all the stress teens have already, the last thing in the world we need is a cell tower at schools. Cell tower radiation negatively affects memory in teens. Read more, and he provides a link. Why would you want to add to that to our plate of stressors? We need things that will help reduce stress so we can focus on learning and enjoying life. I would love for you to be spending your time and energy coming up with healing and stress relieving solutions for us instead of wasting your time and our time with cell towers. Numerous research studies have found a link between RF radiation that comes from cell towers and headaches. Please do your research and then stop putting our lives in danger. Move away from cell towers and get back to educating kids. Thank you for your time. From Patricia Mathis. I was a teacher for 40 years. It's shocking to me that the board would again be contemplating allowing a source of radiation to be placed on AA school property. I thought all scientific evidence for the harm this could cause was enough to persuade the board that a cell tower on school property is a very bad decision. Please do not put children in harm's way. Your job is to protect them from any possible harm. So why would you take a chance on this? This is a powerful industry whose only goal is to make a profit, and they don't care about the children. The board's job is to take care of the children. Get back to talking about how to make schools better and tell the cell phone industry to find other places to put towers. From John Earl. As an engineer with a deep understanding of all sides of the wireless radiation debate and who has followed the published research and scientific presentations given at conferences by world-renowned doctors for over 15 years, I can tell you that you would be negligent to allow cell towers to be placed on school grounds. There's too much unknown still as to the effects, especially to smaller developing children. It is well documented that people with electromagnetic sensitivities get brain fog, stomach aches, and even seizures in high RF environments. Imagine if we find out some children were labeled as having learning disabilities because their school had a cell tower. RF radiation is non-ionizing, but it has been shown to disturb the structure and shape of blood cells. All wireless technology is new to the world, and the technology is changing every couple of years. Never in history have people been around so many wireless devices all the time. I hope you can see that no matter what your personal beliefs are, it is irresponsible at this point in time to build cell towers at schools. From India Oaks. Good evening, India Oaks parent and Board of Education candidate. Once again, I feel I am on repeat with all the testimony I have given the past 3 years against the placement of cell towers on school property. Study after study continue to show such placements can result in cancer, high risks of miscarriages, asthma, autism, memory loss, and lack of sleep. And just to be clear, being against cell towers at schools does not mean I am against such technology. I agree with the lead professor of a December 2019 paper established in environmental research who said, quote, "I'm pro-tech and I'm pro-human. So I think there are ways for us to have our cell phones and minimize potential risks without waiting to find out that putting a cell tower on top of a school was a bad idea," end quote. And studies included that the peer review indicated that such proximity also resulted in headaches, dizziness, and depression. Statistics also show cell towers are disproportionately placed in neighborhoods with high numbers of minorities. Research finds cell towers should be placed at least 1/3 of a mile away from schools. In closing, I turn back to one of our most respected professionals. If the International Association of Firefighters voted 13 years ago against cell towers near fire stations in order to protect our first responders before the full impact of such placement can be understood, why are we risking children and staff just for a mere fraction of revenue? Thank you. That concludes public testimony.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howell. Greatly appreciated, and thank you very much, Mr. Mosier. Your assistance in ensuring that as broad a public testimony that we can provide is greatly appreciated. With that stated, I believe that I'm going to turn this now over to Dr. Arlotto and his staff to see if they have any additional information for us based on the documents provided to the board. Dr. Arlotto?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Sheknovich has got some of the information that you have before you. He's going to review some of it with you before the board turns to questions.
Thank you very much. Alex?
Yes, good evening again, Alex Sheknovich, Chief Operating Officer, here to present item 4.06. It is a review item regarding Chesapeake High School, the telecommunication transmission facility. As stated in the applicable procedures, each individual site must be submitted to the Board of Education for their review. This item was first reviewed by the Board of Education in accordance with Regulation FBRA on the 8th of January 2020. Milestone Communications held the required public meeting for the proposed project on February 13th of 2020. As Dr. Arlotto alluded to, there's 5 attachments to the exhibit in board docs that have the outcome of those meetings as well as additional information at your discretion for review. All applicable regulatory requirements, public notification requirements, public meeting elements, and permit review elements will be adhered to by Milestone Communications as required by the board's regulatory language. It's important to know that that Regulation FBRA in Section 4, Item E says that after the public hearing, at a subsequently scheduled board meeting, the Board of Education shall review the meeting outcome summary and the final application. That is the purpose of the review meeting today. And then item 4-F of Regulation FB-RA states the following. Absent action by the board to preclude the project from proceeding, the vendor shall then prepare the construction documents and application that meets the applicable AACPS requirements and construction codes. And with that, Madam President, we will turn it back to you and your colleagues for questions and dialogue.
Thank you very much, Alex. It does appear we do have some questions to be addressed. So I see one hand being raised and 2, actually. So 3. Okay, so we're going to just simply take a roll call at this point. And this is to be clear on questions for staff at this point. Starting with Ms. Ellis. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. No questions at this time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Ms. Schulheim?
Yes, I want to fact check the summary, the meeting summary, specifically the dollar figures listed in that meeting summary, because I think that they are inaccurate. This was the meeting summary provided by Milestone to y'all. This is not something that you all produced for us. So I want to be clear about that. Yes, I was the only Board of Ed member at that meeting. Councilman Volke was also there. He's very, very, very much against this cell tower. He is the county council representative for that district. I could go into a lot of things about that disturbed me about the meeting itself. But at this point, I'm gonna move that we treat this the same way as we treated Shadyside and send a resolution to, or a letter to the county executive requesting that alternate sites be vetted prior to proceeding with with this project, period. That's my note.
So Ms. Schulheim, are you stating that instead of allowing the members to proceed with the information session of this, you would like to proceed with your motion prior to that? Just to clarify, because we're in the information Q&A section.
If people have questions, great. Come right back to me, because that'll be my motion then too. So yeah.
Okay, because someone has already indicated an interest in possibly making a motion prior to yours, had notified myself. So if it's okay with you, I would like us to dispose of those in the appropriate order, because we've been rolling on the agendas with a format to keep us efficient and all the information to the public available. And a lot of these
I didn't know I had to ping you first to be in line first, but
Oh,
you know
no,
what my intention is. So whenever.
Nothing
Yeah,
like
I'm good.
that. Nothing like that. I'm just stating what I'm observing as
Cool.
it's occurring. So,
Yep.
if
All
you're
right.
cool
Come
with
back.
that, then.
Yep.
Mhm.
Come back to me. Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. I'll come back to you as well as the other person. So let's proceed. So you didn't have any further questions for staff though at this time?
No, I was there. I was deeply disturbed by what I witnessed.
Gotcha.
I don't think that the meeting summary is accurate, and I have nothing really more to say. So
Okay.
yeah, about that.
Thank you very much. Okay. Well, definitely. So next up is Miss Antwine. Did you have any questions for staff at this time?
I actually did. So, did the county say that there were no alternatives to, in much the same way as Shadyside, they say that there were no alternatives for putting up this tower in that area of the Chesapeake district?
No, the county government was dealing with the Shadyside project as part of the regulatory review process. Once the permit applications go to the county, there is a vetting process. The county government and the applicant have to review and exhaust all other available parcels and properties in the vicinity. So while the county has not yet done that, that is part of the permit application and review process that the county will undertake, but they would not do so until the application papers are filed with the county.
Okay, and so then what we're supporting or not supporting tonight is the process for going through and getting the county to review alternatives to the cell phone tower construction.
Again, what you're authorizing is for Milestone to put together an application package, put together all of the requisite exhibits, supporting documents, study documents, et cetera, and transmit that to the county. That then kicks off that entire multi-pronged regulatory review process. Is for Milestone to put together an application package, put together all of the requisite exhibits, supporting documents, study documents, et cetera, and transmit that to the county. That then kicks off that entire multi-pronged regulatory review processes. One of the many elements in that regulatory review process is that exploration and either exclusion or inclusion of alternative sites. That is one of the required elements at the county government level in their project review function that the regulators must undertake.
Wonderful. And my second question is, I've gotten a lot of correspondence from the public in the Chesapeake district indicating that they would have been part of whatever meetings. Will there be additional meetings so that the public can have a chance to share information with the vendor in order to move forward?
So that depends, but let me address the beginning part of your comment, Ms. Antwine. So the notification process is a regulated matter by the regulators, that being the permit reviewing authorities. It's also governed by our policy and regulation. So by strict adherence to the county government's regulations, a total of 71 adjacent property owners, agencies, and communities associations were required to be notified. So okay. 71 are the requirements. Milestone exceeded that requirement and notified an additional 358 residents and community associations. First on a letter format 3 weeks before the meeting, and then a second time with a follow-up postcard a week before the meeting. In addition to that, Anne Arundel County Public Schools sent out 3 separate and distinct multimodal multimedia Connect Ed calls, averaging 6,335 contacts via call and 6,005 contacts via email. So again, a fairly robust outreach effort was done, including going well beyond what the permitting authorities require to be the minimal. In fact, many fold over. And then in accordance with our own regulations, we on 3 separate occasions did that wide, broad email and connected call outreach. So in terms of your last question regarding additional community meetings, that is a potential. Certainly the regulatory authorities can require additional meetings if substantive changes are made to what's proposed, then another community meeting is required. So yes, there is not an obligation to, by that I mean it's a must, but there are definitely scenarios in which additional public meetings would be required. And again, that's largely tied to if the regulators determined that substantive changes have been made to the plans or the proposals.
Excellent. My concern was there are many areas in the county where that kind of outreach is done and it still has a limited response. But I have yet to go to any community meetings on any topic in the Chesapeake district where it wasn't standing room only. So I know that once they do get the word, they are traditionally very responsive. So it raised a flag for me that so many were saying they were not aware, or as it was described in the testimony, dark of night meeting. But
and
thank you for that.
I know the time is short, Miss Antwine, but one of your exhibits, it's going to be titled Exhibit A, Community Outreach Graphics, has multiple pages, has statistics, has telemetry data, connectivity data in terms of the outreach efforts that you were just speaking to. So you can review that at your leisure.
I appreciate that, and there's certainly not a knock on the effort, but it is a concern because that the Chesapeake district is extremely committed to community change in that area, as we all know. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Gillen, did you have questions for staff?
No questions for staff directly, Madam President. And I think what I was going to prepare to do was make a procedural motion, but I can certainly delay that. I will just say, I think some of the confusion as I'm toggling here, looking at the agenda, was perhaps how this was staged. We have this as a review item on our cover sheet, but it's listed under action items, giving the perception that action's being taken, even though it is a review item. And because of that ambiguity and perhaps confusion for the public, I was going to make a procedural motion, but I'll also just say, if I may, this is the 3rd meeting in a row now that we're pushing to go after midnight. And, for that reason as well, I'm going to steal something Ms. Antwine just said twice in one meeting. I'm using her words, but she just mentioned the phrase dark of night. And again, for a decision like this, and certainly for some of the information we just heard from public testimony, I think that we can take into account. I am going to make a procedural motion when you believe that would be the appropriate time. I don't want to rob anybody of their question and answer period at this point, so that's why I'll suspend. Correct,
and so I'll be clear to make sure that everybody understands that Mr. Gillen reached out to me a little earlier on with a concern about some of that. And I don't think that staff did anything wrong. I believe that some of our policy leads towards the designation of the agenda item. And I think that your procedural motion would supersede a standard motion under the circumstances. So I'm going to proceed with the order after we're done with information based on your initial request, and then thereafter we'll entertain any consideration that Ms. Schallheim may want to make thereafter. So just to clarify that, because you're correct that there's terminology there that may have lended to public confusion and may require an affordance of a correction of, or perhaps a holdback on moving this forward. So thank you, Mr. Gilliland, and please stand by, and we'll get that reconciled. Because you're correct, the information still is relevant to and in accordance with our policy. So moving forward with information, Mr. Leib, did you have any questions for staff at this time?
I have no questions for staff at this time.
Okay. Ms. Hummer, do you have questions for staff?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Alvey?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. I guess I am I'm leaning towards what Mr. Gilliland's has already lended to, and but I did have a question for Alex, if he wouldn't mind, before I move this over, as I had indicated. Alex, if we wanted to provide an opportunity for additional public input and perhaps a little bit more clarity to what appears to be some confusion with the members and perhaps even the public, although it wasn't clearly indicated in their testimony, that for a meeting or two, maybe till a future, one of our meetings in June, not some kind of indefinite thing. Is that does that have any impact on our policy or regulation as it relates to this project moving forward? Or doing some sort of odd imposition that perhaps prior actions that we had entertained would impose?
No, ma'am, there's nothing that will preclude you from taking that additional time to undertake your due diligence or outreach.
Yeah, I mean, I would hate for our contractor at any moment, any contractor on any case, to feel that they have to take a risk just for simply responding to one of our RFQs in the affirmative and taking on a contract. So thank you very much for your candor. And with that stated, as I had mentioned to Ms. Schallheim and clarified further when Mr. Gilliland had inquired, I'm going to, since this is a motion of procedure more than anything else, I'm going to defer back over to Mr. Gilliland so that we can find out more about that, know how to proceed. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President, and I certainly trust your judgment on the verbiage here. So if I'm off, we can certainly edit. But I move, and again, I'll word it this way because it is a review item. But I move to have this matter brought back for review next month at the June 17th, 2020 meeting, in order to provide additional time for the board and the public to digest the information presented tonight.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? And I do accept the procedural.
I'll second it, but I have a friendly amendment.
Okay, let's proceed with the motion and the amendment. And if Ms. Ellis would normally go first in that debate. But under the circumstances that Ms. Schallheim had conditioned some of her inquiry similarly, just not in, Mr. Gilliland had had mentioned first. So with that stated, Ms. Schallheim, would you like to share your friendly amendment with Mr. Gilliland at this time?
Yes, absolutely. I'm picking up what you're putting down, and I like it. However, as we indicated now, this is the third meeting in a row where we're burning the midnight oil. I've been sick for a week. I'm losing steam, and I'm definitely going to hop off this call as soon as this vote is handled. But I would kindly request that we move this just a couple weeks later to that July meeting, because it's a daytime meeting. It's not on the same night that we're adopting a budget, because, you know, with the current situation, Lord knows how long into the night that might go. And so that's my friendly amendment, that we lay on the table, or your procedure, whatever, however you worded it before, but until the July 8th meeting. So that's my friendly amendment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schallheim. Mr. Gilliland, this is your motion. And I'll just mention, Ms. Schallheim, I know that we could, you know, we can present the additional information for the June, and if our time does not afford, we can always defer over or anticipating in advance. Mr. Gilliland, are you willing to accept the friendly amendment, or would you like to proceed or defer Ms. Schallheim to a formal amendment process? Those are three
Normally,
choices.
I would, and thank you again for asking. Normally, I would. I think my only question or perhaps even concern at this point is our current student board member will be leaving us in June, and you know, then we turn the page, and then we're back to you know, someone, and again, I served in the student member role, so I don't want to diminish the impact that a new student board member has coming in, but to throw something like this at them during their first meeting without having some of the background, I'm just a little concerned about that. So that's my hesitation, Mrs. Schallheim, with July.
Ms. Schallheim, would you like to, any person can make, once a motion is seconded, it becomes a motion of the boards, and any member can propose a formal amendment to be voted on. Would you like to do so at this time?
Yeah, I would, because I would state that new things come before the board all the time. If you all recall, I think it was my first or second meeting, we paused the Shady Side project for the first time, and we were new at that. We were new at a lot of things, and we were thrown into a budget process that was underway as well. So I would argue that that new stuff comes before us a lot. New things have come up before us all the you know, frequently throughout this year. That'll continue, and so I'm gonna formally move to amend the amendment to, again, put this on the table, or whatever the proper wording should be, until the July 8th meeting, which is also a daytime meeting. So clearer, more awake heads prevail generally. And then we don't run the risk of going late again, which I know has been a concern of several of us, and makes for more efficient debate and discussion and all the rest of it. Also gives our community, our students and our parents, time to end out this year without this over their heads. And you know, the last day of school is after June 17th. So that's my amendment to your motion. Do I have a second?
Okay, we have an amendment. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and an amendment and a second. And I see that we have several comments as Ms. Schalheim was speaking. So I'm going to defer us back to roll call in the interest of ensuring all member participation. So let's start with Ms. Ellis, and I want to thank you for being a little bit accommodating under our circumstances, because normally we would not be quite as choppy around to this. So thank you very much for accommodating
It's not a problem.
members,
Not a problem.
both Mr. Gilliland and Ms. Schalheim in the effort. So right now we are discussing not the main motion that Mr. Gilliland had provided, but the amendment that Ms. Schalheim is making to extend the deferral to the meeting in July.
Thank you. And I no offense taken. I don't feel unloved or anything. I appreciate actually Mr. Gilliland's motion and Ms. Schalheim's. And Mr. Gilliland brought up a very good point concerned with the student board member. But we do need to move forward in the best interests of our students. So there's going to be changes on the board periodically, and we need to keep moving forward and not put too much weight in that concern. What I am concerned about and what persuaded me to think differently was Ms. Schalheim's point about these late nights. We are almost at midnight, and whenever this is an agenda item, whether it be in June or July, it is sure to bring about much more public testimony. And I listen to public testimony. I listen to every word. And we can anticipate, we know we are going to have deep engagement with this agenda item. And for that reason, I think we should consider the friendly amendment or the amendment to the motion. I do support the motion. But I think Ms. Schalheim did bring up a good point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to just double check and make sure no one else has checked in. Ms. Schalheim, this is your motion, so I will defer you to the final say. Given that your introduction did include your opinion. And so with that stated, let's move
I'm so sorry. I hate to, Ms. Corkadell, I hate to interrupt, but I see Mr. Live's hand up.
Correct, but we're going to go to the full round robin of the roll call, because multiple hands actually showed up until I had announced roll call. So I would like every member just to have their right of refusal on this under the circumstances and given the strong public interest in this. So I was going to do round robin if being obliged, starting with you. That's why I was trying to re-baseline us back to that place, because a couple of these agenda items, really, I think everybody wants to say something maybe, or at least tell the public they don't have anything to say. So with that stated, thank you so much for bringing that up. I always value my vice president. She's my extra eyes, especially when we get to late night, as she noted. So Ms. Antwine, did you have any comments to the amendment that Ms. Schalheim is proposing to Mr. Brannon's, to Mr. Gilliland's motion?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Great. And Mr. Lai, thank you very much for your patience. I know that you have had your hand up for a couple minutes now. There.
Thank you. I just, going back in the reaches of my memory, I remember a day when the Board of Education did all their budget meetings as day meetings in order to allow enough time in order to make sure they had time to concentrate on the issue. So there's nothing to keep us from making June 17th a day meeting, as Ms. Schalheim indicated the July meeting is. And we make it a day meeting that gives us a longer time, and we can address all these issues in a proper format and with a proper amount of time. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Live. Very good considerations. Ms. Hummer. Any
No
comments? to the
No
amendment?
comment. No comment.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Alvey?
No comment other than I would like to be part of this decision, just because it was brought up, so.
Well noted. And for myself, I'm just going to note that I recognized actually before we got to the meeting that the public and under the, we're restoring and we're going to normal business. And clearly Shadyside Cell Tower has been before us for multiple years. But in the case of Chesapeake, I know that they just had their public meeting, and we are experiencing that. So I was inclined to give a little bit more time for us to really digest that public comment. And I think Mr. Gillen's motion as it stands does afford that opportunity without our board being perhaps inclined to go down a road that necessarily we may not want to go down. So I'm going to be probably a no for this amendment. As to Mr. Live's comment, I do feel compelled to comment because I do have input into the dates and times of our meetings to an extent. The June 17th meeting, I know in June, in general, many of our members expressed a stronger desire to keep us to evenings so long as our students are still in school. And so I guess part of the suggestion that Mr. Live makes, I would suggest maybe contingent a little bit on whether or not we receive our waiver, because that would put us, if we do not receive our waivers requested, that would put us to school till the 18th, I believe, potentially. I may not have worded that accurately, but I believe the general concept is that until we have our waivers granted, we may have to extend our school year through the 18th. Or barring that, be in that situation. And we have been trying to be accommodating to our members, recognizing the additional work that they've been putting in as it relates to restoring, because our school is operating, as I said in the beginning, and we have this a school fully operating. So we have to fully operate at all times when our schools are. That's our obligation. And as uncomfortable as it may be at times. So I'm more inclined to Mr. Gillen's straight up motion. I think it's more in line with where I was going and was actually considering motioning myself. So I appreciate Ms. Schalheim's intent and purpose, but I do believe under our circumstances, this allows us to meet our obligation to keep business moving forward, at the same time recognize that consideration of our constituents. So I will probably be a no on this amendment. Ms. Schalheim, I believe I don't see any other further hands up or similar, and so I will give you the last as the motion maker for the amendment.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I think that it's been a nighttime meeting for that budget meeting for quite a little while now, and I think the reason for that was public accessibility. So under normal circumstances, we'd be at our seats, and under normal circumstances, the public would be able to come in and to voice their opinions. It's hard to do that during the working day. I'm also grateful it's a nighttime meeting because if we don't have a waiver, I'm still, with my kid trying to get through lessons all day long as the vast majority of our members are. So, that's the other reason why I would not ever be in favor of moving that to a daytime meeting, especially this year, but in general, no, either because under normal circumstances, the public quite like the fact that that we do half of our meetings at night, and so they can provide their input in person. I still believe that we need to give this a little bit more time. I don't know how many meetings it's going to take to go past midnight for the public outcry to get more than it already is. As soon as this vote is over, whether it's up or down or sideways, I'm off. I've been sick for a while, and this has been utter torture. So if we can just get on with the vote, please, that would be great. Thank you.
You are the last commenter, so we are definitely ready to proceed if you are, Ms. Schalheim. And I'm right there with you on the past midnight. And I think we're going to get actually pretty close, and we've been for a while. So I do want to commend our members on trying to keep to time. Obviously, when we make motions like this, it does extend the time. So without further delay, Ms. Howell, please call the roll.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Lyde?
No.
Ms. Hummer?
No.
Ms. Alvey?
No.
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Motion fails 5-3.
Okay, so we had a motion made by Ms. Schalheim. We are now resuming debate on the motion presented by Mr. Gilliland, and will be restoring the parliamentary roll call order. Ms. Ellis, any comments, any further comments to Mr. Gilliland's original motion? And
None, thank you.
Ms. Schalheim?
No, that's vote.
Okay, are you calling the vote?
Yeah, I call the vote.
Okay, do we have consensus to call the vote, folks?
Yes. Yes.
I'm trying to be a little efficient here. Okay, great. Okay, we're just going to call the roll then, if there's no more comments. Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Lyde?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howell. We're going to quickly go through. We have consent items and awards of contract. Item 5.01 through item 5.04. Yes, Mr. Lott, you're recognized. You got cut off for some reason and are on mute. So if you wouldn't mind repeating, please.
I move that we bundle items 5.01 through 5.04.
Second.
Second.
Do we have consensus?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm not seeing any dissent from the consensus. I consider this consensus in for the motion to bundle. And with that stated, Dr. Olato, recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend the Board of Education authorize the award of contracts as listed on today's agenda, 5.01 through 5.04.
As usual, motion to bundle does not diminish the ability to ask questions from the members. We have a motion to entertain based on Dr. Olato's recommendation?
So moved.
So moved.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second to take the bundled items 5.01 through 5.04 for approval. Any comments? It looks like we do have a couple questions from our folks, but only a couple. So with that stated, I'm going to say Ms. Antoine and then Mr. Live. And I see Ms. Ellis too. Why don't I go in quasi roll call order, Ms. Antoine?
Okay.
If Ms. Ellis had a question. Since when I have more than two, I try to do that. Oh, nope, she shut it off. So apparently not. So Ms. Antoine, your questions, please.
Yes, Dr. Lotto, mine concerned the Mead High construction. Are these funds that are coming from the federal project? I'm trying to understand the construction and the costs. Is this separate from the federal project that's going on at Mead?
No, this is the Mead project as designated through the federal government.
Oh, okay, excellent. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other questions from board members? Scrolling down. Does not appear that we have any. So with that stated, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim, Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Live,
Aye.
Ms. Hummer,
Aye.
Ms. Alvi,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadile.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you very much. This concludes the agenda items of the May 20th meeting. As a reminder, the board will be in its next regular meeting on June the 3rd with a motion to enter with going into public to enter into closed session at 5:30 p.m. With the public open to the public meeting occurring as similar to this one at 7 p.m. I just wanted to note, and I guess I need to ask a question to Ms. Ellis before we conclude, and Dr. Arlotto. I had, when Dr. Arlotto and I had departed, I know that we had discussions relevant to negotiations in closed session and from time to time additional emergency issues. And so I had advised the board to be prepared to advance into a special session next week with the date and time to be decided. Based on what I have observed, is there any indication that we should be advising the public at this time of an intent to possibly meet based on our current circumstances and recognizing, of course, that situation could change tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. For Dr. Arlotto or otherwise?
I currently do not know of any need for a meeting next week.
Okay. Dr. Arlotto?
And nor do I. There's nothing that would fit the need for an emergency meeting of the board at this time.
I want to thank the board for remaining available as I had requested through the end of this fiscal year and / school year to make sure that as we continue to reopen Maryland, that the education agency here for Anne Arundel County is able to well meet the needs of, that which may arise. So under the current circumstances as of now, should something arise, we will certainly notify the public through our normal channels. Other than that, we can expect to meet next again on June the 3rd as an evening session, as we had discussed and indicated previously. So with that stated, this public meeting is hereby closed. Do I have a motion to close?
So moved.
Second.
Consensus? Everybody scream aye.
Aye.
Yes. Aye.
And extra gratitude to our grads. Looking forward